Ladies and gentlemen, who ever said that those of us with ADHD have to always be late? Here I am 1 minute early, or I've time traveled into the future by 1 minute, just like Einstein in the movie Back to the Future. And soon you all will catch up to me at the beginning of my program here. I'm just waiting for people to catch up with me in time. I am currently time traveling. I accelerated to 88 miles per hour in my fancy DeLorean, and soon people will catch up with me. If you've caught up with me in time, please post it. And then those that are chronically retarded, quote unquote, they will slowly catch up with us in time. But ladies and gentlemen, I have successfully time traveled by 1 minute in time. I repeated the experiment that Doc Brown did with Marty in the DeLorean, and I have successfully sent myself 1 minute into time, and now you all are catching up with me. So thank you very much. Tonight we are talking about young Earth creationism. Young Earth creationism, is it terrorism? Ultimately, we may call it intellectual terrorism. But is it terrorism in a religious sense and in a scientific sense? Can we make that distinction tonight, folks? The phones are ringing off the hook. You may want to call right now and get your place. You can jump right in front of the line if you would contribute to Smoky Saints Bail Fund. We are currently raising money right now for Smoky Saints. Free him out of jail. Let's say, may he be free like a bird from the cage of prison in South Carolina, West Virginia, New York, California. Who knows these days? The misinformation is getting thick, folks. It is getting thick, folks. Okay, and our first caller is here. And let's see. And you are on the air. Yep, you are on the air with Kenny tonight. What say you? Hello? Smokey, get these phones fixed. They're not working. Anyway, sorry, callers. Our phones are ringing off the hooks tonight. And by hooks, I do not mean literal hooks like fishing. I mean, as they used to say back in the day, the phone is ringing and you had to pick it up off the hook because it was usually hanging on the wall there, and you picked it up and you answered it. So it's ringing off the hook means that it's vibrating so much because people are calling so often during that day that literally the phone, the mechanism by which you hear the phonos, the words, the speech, the phonetics, the vibrations that jiggle our eardrums. That is what we call the hook. So anyway, I digest, as they say. Caller number 2, you're on the air with Kenny Knows Everything. Here we go. Mr. Will Kincaid is on the phone. Sorry, I don't think we have the technology to pipe through what he's saying tonight, folks, but let me knock a little sense into Will Kincaid here. Will, what is that? Yes, I know. I have had a fantastic time. We just arrived at your house today. We're going to be staying for about 2 weeks. Yeah, I know you're excited. I know. I see the relationship you and Smokey have. It's very gay-ish in a modern sense of gay, or it's very gay-ish in the sense of a 50s sense of gay, where it's joyful, or it's kind of gay-ish in the David Jonathan kind of like I love you like a brother, and our relationship is that which is deep as a husband-wife might share, in the sense of that transparency. So yeah, I do see that with you guys, and it is very, very gay. But anyway, what's that, Will? I know. I'm very sorry. I'm very, very, very sorry, Will, that Jessica's kind of mad at you. Mrs. Jessica Rabbit from the movie, what is that? Toy Story. No, or is her name Jake? Um, Uncle Jesse? Uncle, I don't know. Anyway, Jessica Rabbit is all I picture when I see that red hair. So anyway, it has been great being you, near you, with your family, with little Kincaid and Mr. Duck, that beautiful little puppy who I'm going to steal. And I'm sorry that your lovely wife has said that she wishes that you would grow old like I have, like a fine wine, but she's really scared that you might be growing old like milk, as they say. So anyway, tonight we are talking about young earth creationists, whether or not they are religious terrorists or scientific terrorists. We have our link here for us tonight. You're free to come in. What say you concerning the proposition on the table that young earth creationists are intellectual terrorists? They are religious terrorists by their lack of ethics, and they are scientific terrorists in the sense of their lack of objective methodology and objective methodology. See, they start with the conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not science. That is simply begging the question, as they say. You cannot start with your conclusion and say, I believe the Bible teaches that the earth is 6,000 years old. Why? Because I counted up the numbers and the generations. And then now I've started with a religious assumption, and then I come to my science in order to prove my religious assumption. That is not science, ladies and gentlemen. That has nothing to do with science whatsoever. That has everything to do with coming up and confirming your own biases and trying to make things look like, appear to support your position, when all the while you are twisting, cherry picking what you will accept as scientific truth, quote unquote, all the while ignoring either the paragraph before, the paragraph after your quote mind statement, or even the sentence before, ignoring it, or the sentence after your quote mind exploration in order to confirm your biases. See, I have come to the place where I'm so disgusted with the lack of integrity in the Christian world. I am disgusted with the lack of intellectual honesty in the Christian world. People are not ethically honest. They will stab you in the back as soon as they see some sort of opportunistic thing for them. They have done it to me. There is nobody that has been stabbed more in the back by Christians than moi. I went through 4 church splits before I finally went through a church split at my church, and I said, you know what? I'm not going to let these spiritual retards win, and I chased them out. And then I turned everything into a parachurch ministry, started starting churches, which I'd already begun before, moved into kind of a bishop position, and began to work in education. So I really do know what I'm talking about with Christians and their lack of ethics. See, because back in the days when I was pastoring, I was a young earth creationist myself. Yes, I was. I have TV programs. that are in my Dropbox that for the right amount of money, you all could blackmail me in getting me to turn on myself and release those said tapes that have the content of me defending young earth creationism. And it is yours at the right price. So I know all about the fundamentalism, and I was an honest seeker, and I thought the scientists were honest too in young earth creationism. So when it comes to my experience and my journey out of young earth creationism, which you can find my blogs there on the Reasons to Believe website, reasons.org. So anywho, let's see who's coming in here. All right, whom do we have in the studio tonight?
Just say yes.
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
I can hear you. Who is this?
Can we just say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. How are you doing, Kenny?
Bruce, not going to talk to you tonight. Bye-bye. Okay, there. Once again, someone showing themselves to be a snake, coming in with a name that I don't recognize, not being true with who he is, Bruce. So there you go, folks. Once again, people are confirming who I say they are. Bruce is probably a guy that agrees with all of this dishonesty that's going on, siding with praise and fixed shades, the homosexual Christian, the practicing homosexual Christian, I should say, quote unquote. So see how dishonest Bruce is? Bruce, go away, skedaddle, please. I want to deal with actually honest people. Yes, this is a dude that is transitioning. Absolutely. Yeah, look I've got all of my trolls here tonight. Hey, Vicky. Hey, Andy. Hey, Ryan. Hey, guys. Hi. Hi. Now go away. I'm going to ignore you. So let's let some real people come in and discuss this. You see, folks, you'd think I was making this stuff up. You'd think that I would be pulling your leg if I were to say, such and such that has taken place tonight has happened. It would be hard to believe, but here it is, folks. Universalists, progressive Christians that believe you can poke other men in the booty when the Bible clearly says, thou shalt not poke thy neighbor in the booty hole. The Bible clearly says that, and yet these people want to defend that kind of activity and say that they're Christians. Now, even atheists will agree that while they don't agree with what the Bible teaches, no Christian in their right mind is going to defend that which is clearly spoken in the Bible as an abomination, that somehow Jesus made it okay. You see, I know a lot of atheists that don't buy that load of crap. And they're not going to buy this load of crap that Satan is ultimately saved and God is love and there's no justice. See, even atheists have a sense of justice, which makes them good people. You see, you can be a very good person and not have a meta-narrative which involves a personal God. Even within the world of chaplaincy that I was in, we honored that quote-unquote spiritual aspect of even atheists, because to talk about that is to actually talk about the immaterial aspect of man. So anyway, they can have morals and they can have common sense. And they have better morals than Bruce, who claims to be a Christian, deceptively tries to come in, thick shades who porn bombs my YouTube channel constantly. Every time I get a little point in, boom, I got porn bombed. You guys think I'm really stupid. I mean, I may have been born yesterday, but I have learned a lot in the day. And I can see because it is very bright today. And I don't want to put up with the crap of you turds. You see, you people claim to be Christians. And if I wasn't already a Christian, I would say this kind of activity disgusts me to the point where I want nothing to do with your church. Your church disgusts me, and the conduct of the people in that church disgusts me. I pastored for a long time. You know why I don't pastor to this day and I just oversee churches? Is because the conduct of Christians is so horrible. I refuse to put my family in a situation where I pastor turds like you all that have manifested your asses here on the YouTubes. I will never pastor people again. Now, Cerberus, I don't know who you are exactly right now, but I'm going to let you in. If there's any dishonesty, I'm going to figuratively whip your ass right out of the studio.
Oh no, threats. That's a great way to start this.
It really is. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Bye-bye. Yeah. So once again, somebody who can't actually take a joke. You see that, folks? Somebody that's got their head up their ass so much that they can't even take a joke, just a joke. You see, these people are jokes. Let's get some honest atheists in here to talk to me to point out these kinds of people. Because Cerberus, I think you're a religious fraud. And if you're an atheist, you're a dum-dum. So go away, skedaddle. Please don't come back. Yep. Oh, look at this. Kenny threatened Cerberus. Ha, 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 ha. I'm a dum-dum. Kenny threatened, clipped it. Here, let me give you another one. Cerberus, if you come in my room once again, I'm going to whoop your ass, and I'm going to beat you down in this virtual room that we stand in. Okay? Did you get that? Did you get that? Oh, here's Jay. Hey, Jay, come on in. Who are you calling you people? I'm calling Christians the you people who are stupid, if that's what you're talking about there, Jay. I'm here to blast all of these stupid Christians that act like idiots, act like retards. No, Cerberus, I'm not a coward. You're an idiot. I don't talk to idiots. Remember, this is my real world. I am smarter than everybody in it. So you're a dumb jackass. I only take people who are actually honest. So if you want to be honest, hey Jay, how you doing, man?
Yay, I'm here.
There you go. What say you? Am I a rambling fool, or do I have something to say about the way Christians act?
Well, I don't know. Are you rambling fool or not? I don't know. I really don't have a position. I guess I have to play agnostic on that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, what I just got here. I just showed up not too long ago in order to post those couple little comments in the live chat. But what seems to be your gripe?
Oh, my gripe is that basically young Earth creationists are intellectual terrorists. They're religious terrorists and they're scientific terrorists.
In what way? How are they terrorists?
Well, because they use their, for example, religious terrorists. They use their Christianity to try to poke and pry into people's lives when it's none of their business. They kind of puritanically want and expect, and they say, well, Bible says, confess your sins one to another. So tell me all your junk so I can spread it and use it against you, or even make it way bigger than what it is, or whatever. It's that kind of activity I'm disgusted.
Okay, so you're seeing this. Okay. So maybe this is more of the case that you're seeing this kind of mentality among younger creationists as compared to older creationists.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I am seeing, and I've been watching this for a while, that the particular kind of Christianity that goes along with fundamentalism and young Earth creationism is particularly rabid and very dishonest, not only in their Bible interpretation, but also in their science. And I finally connected it. I've never been more attacked, more shunned than when I came out as an old Earth creationist. I lost dear friends over it. And now the lines have clearly now been drawn and it's clearly starting to become an old earth, young earth thing. I mean, I got people, Brett Keane, calling reasons to believe, saying that I'm threatening people by saying I'm going to whip her ass, as an older man saying, hey, you learn some discipline. And they're saying, oh, Kenny's a hate preacher terrorist. It's just the stupid mentality that I'm done with.
Isn't the OEC versus YEC kind of a non-essential to the faith?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but these people make it an essential. Oh, absolutely. They speak out of both sides of their ass. They'll say we're brothers, but then in the other sense, we reject the scripture. And I'm really tired of it. And they've made it an essential issue when it should be a secondary issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So is the young earth proposition completely bunked because of these people, or is there still some credibility to the young earth creation proposition, regardless of the individuals that hold to young earth creationism?
You're a sharp man, Jay. I'm trolling these people. I'm connecting it in order for the real Christians to stand up and say, wait a minute, that's not a proper connection. I'm hoping to troll them into standing up.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that they can actually come in and actually talk about the proposition of young earth creationism versus the proposition of old earth creationism, regardless of the essential belief that Christ is their Lord and personal Savior. Is that the goal?
Yeah, not only that, but why is it that these people that hold this particular point of view, why are they the worst of the worst? I mean, like, why are these people now calling me a pedophile? Like, they know I teach science in the Bible at my church, which I teach old earth creationism to my fundamentalist church that's very, very large. So people are really making this like, okay, now, Kenny, you can't trust your kids around them. It's all this information is public, and Brett Keane is calling reasons to believe. I mean, this is so. And Brett Keane comes out of the blue. It's nuts, man.
So, Brett Keane smelled blood in the water, so that's the shark from distant waters coming back in.
Yeah.
So to give that analogy, out of curiosity, because you said something there that kind of struck my fancy as a former Christian. The church that you were preaching or that you were teaching old earth science in, did they hold to the OEC, or did they hold to a YEC position?
Most of the people that used to be there hold to a YEC, but the leadership said it's okay to introduce the children to both views. So I actually say that good people disagree on this. See, because I'm not a turd like old young earth creationists. So I let people make their own choice.
Oh, okay. So they're willing to.
Works.
Oh, so they're willing to. Oh, okay. So they're willing to examine both sides of it as far as a let's say conversational as a conversation or a learning piece in apologetics, possibly. But it's not necessarily something that's going to tear the church apart because it's.
Absolutely not. Oh, absolutely not. Yeah. See, in the real world, people have sense, but it's this YouTube world that I am totally disgusted with, and I want to expose the nonsense.
Okay. Why do you think that the OEC? Why do you think that the YEC thing would be? So is this some kind of a secondary issue to the predominant issue when it comes to yourself and some of the things that I'm hearing about between you and Smokey Saint? Is this something secondary? Is this something that's always been a case? Because I know there's some people that were young earth creationists that kind of started entertaining your young earth or your old earth creationist ideology. Do you think that they're reverting back to YEC because of your affiliation with Smokey Saint?
Oh, absolutely not. Praise is a flip-flopper and flopperoo. And so praise is just, taking this opportunity to really start, because he and Ryan got together, and so praise has been embarrassed. And now he's really pushing this, this thing that Smokey Saint is this Josh person that is this pedophile. So I'm just coming out because I just see you're a better arguer than I am. You make better points. Oh, you're a pedophile. And that seems to be the operandus.
Well, I mean, you could still make I don't know if that's necessarily. I mean, it wouldn't matter if a person's a pedophile or not. You can be, in vino veritas. You can be a complete raging drunk and give a proposition that's true.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but I'm trolling people. See, I'm making connections to see if people are smart enough, like you. I mean, you smelled out my my trick here right away. I do know you're a smart guy. So I'm baiting these people. They're not real sharp. So it's really easy to get them all fired up and spit like praise is spinning out of control. And look at all these knuckleheads here in the chat here. They really think that I'm scrambling and I'm in trouble and they're winning.
Well,
It's amazing.
Maybe you can. Well, let's go on something that's a little bit without getting into anything controversial or anything, because I'd like to stay on here a little bit longer and not bring up anything about the rumors about whether or not her bell is smoky and all that kind of crap. Let's get away from that. But it is kind of interesting because Smokey saying. So let's forget Joshua Marks or Bell. Let's just forget that. It is the case that Smokey and you live in the same state, right? You guys both live in California, correct?
Yeah, about
Can I say if they asked that?
About 300 miles away. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, because I think you live like roughly not too far from me, because I'm up near the San Francisco area. I'm in the greater Bay area.
Yeah, like the Napa area. You and I talked about that before. Yeah.
Yeah. So this isn't new news. This is going back to a video, and I was thinking about reviewing this as well. And this in no way is anything from my thoughts or my beliefs on the whole controversy or whatever. What is with the flat tire?
Oh, I have no idea. It is so nuts and so crazy. I really can't tell you.
Okay, so now would you admit that you went from? Did you fly to Southern California to meet up with Smokey to take you guys as a road trip?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so did you do that on March 21st?
Yeah, because it's the day after my daughter's 26th birthday. So we had her birthday, and then we met in Sacramento. So that's my lock of the events. So I know exactly where I was in the air because of my daughter's birthday.
Okay, gotcha. So you flew probably? Did you fly out of Sac International? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
you just about 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's obviously a little bit more expedient to just fly from Sac down to LA, and then you can go to wherever.
I flew to San Diego, actually. Yeah.
Oh, you went down. Oh, okay. So you went all the way down to San. Okay. Good. Yeah. All right. So that's what I was wondering, because I couldn't figure out this narrative that was going on in this video that Sparrow and Finch had come up with, where they were talking about a flat tire, a text, and
it's the nuttiest thing I've ever heard of. You see, because Sparrow I thought they were Christians. They still might be. I'm not judging, but I'm poking right now. And I was considering, hiring her to be somebody as would be my secretary. Her and Tammy were going to work together. I'm very energetic and I can't sit still for nothing. But if you help me focus, I can get some things done. So she was praying for our trip, and we got a flat tire. And I just say, I kind of was laughing because I was giving them updates, and I just thought it was funny. And all of a sudden, I'm somehow denying the date, and they'd say the 21st, and I go, I know where I was 21st and 23rd. So, well, I'm not. I have no idea what's going on. This is the looniest thing I have ever seen in my life. Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I watched, like I said, I watched the video. I'm just trying to gain some context on it, because it seemed like even you in the live chat, because I was watching the live chat replay, seemed to be confused about the context of what it is that they were arguing for, because they were showing a text with some blotted out stuff. Your location was no longer being shared to someone, and that there was supposedly a flat tire on the 23rd, which the only thing I could think of is that you've obviously admitted that you and Smokey took a road trip. So I just assumed, the 21st, you flew from Sac or down to San Diego or Los Angeles, whatever, met up with him since he's from Southern California. And then you guys rented a car, and then you guys from there took off.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so what? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
And
Is why
and we're in
this
New York
activity?
right now. Yeah, we're in New York right now. Will Kincaid's.
I thought Will Kincaid lived in West Virginia.
No, no,
Oh,
no.
okay. Because you said
My family lives in West Virginia. My uncle Pete and all my family's from West Virginia. I
Oh,
met
okay.
like
Because in one of
1,000
your
second cousins. Yeah.
okay, because one of your videos you said that Will Kincaid lived in West Virginia. Are you retracting that?
Oh, I might have misspoke. I
Okay,
might have.
that's what
Yeah, I
people
might
were
have misspoke.
wondering.
Yeah, I might have
Okay,
misspoke. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, because
Because
I know
I get.
because I know if you're in Virginia's, you can make a good hard line north in about 7 hours and get to upstate, all these parts of upstate New York from Virginia pretty
Right.
quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Conditions are favorable.
We were in a day's trip of Will in West Virginia. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was.
These people are goofy. I'm telling you, that's why I'm fed up. That's why I'm doing this stream. It's like I'm done. These people are so nutty.
Okay, no, yeah, I was just kind of curious about it. I was just trying to get some context on the whole flat tire thing because it didn't seem to be anything kind of significant other than
Yeah. It's
you
still
flew
not
from
significant.
point A to point B. You met up with Smokey, and then you guys obviously seem to have rented a car since you referenced
Yeah.
Enterprise in the video, and then
Right.
there's a
Yeah.
flat, and then you had to argue with Enterprise about roadside assistance or whatever on your way
Yeah.
out to freaking wherever. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and the people that are asked the people that asked if I'm okay, asked for updates, so that know they were safe. Of course, I contact them. I say, hey, we're going to be stuck here overnight, and we don't have a place to stay. We got a flat tire. We're in the middle of nowhere. I mean, good grief! And these people make it sinister and crazy and loopy and argue about a date of a flat tire, and I'm going, wow, this is nuts.
okay. So what's with the two window iPhone versus the 3-window iPhone?
I haven't a clue whatsoever. I'm dumbfounded, absolutely dumbfounded. Apparently, Sparrow's phone got hacked, and they stole $800. My phone number is public knowledge. I get phone calls from my phone all the time, and those dodos fell for it, and they got mad, and they thought they were going to pin it on me because Smokey bad, Kenny bad. It's really nuts. It's a soap opera. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, that happens. I've seen plenty of soap operas break out in churches before. I was raised in them.
All right. Oh yeah. So you know it. Yeah, Cerberus. We are in New York. Smokey Saint and Kenny. We are in New York. Once again, we are in New York. So Smokey cannot be in California if he is this whoever person they say he is, and be in New York with me, Kincaid. It's nuts. These people are nuts.
Has anyone claimed that Joshua Marks Rebel is in California right now?
Yeah, Praise did, because they pulled something from the North Carolina where it says California residents, and I assume that it's right,
Well, originally,
but I know.
Originally that information didn't have a California address on it. It had a North Carolina address on it. It was a temporary
Right.
one.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was for a hotel.
Yeah. Yeah.
A Comfort Inn.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So now it says California or something from what I hear, but I don't believe anything anybody says.
Yeah, because it has a 9, the zip code. It says California residents, and then it gives a zip code.
Oh, yeah. So apparently,
with a 9.
Whoever this Josh guy is back in California. Smokey and I are clearly not. So hold on one second. I'm here. Hey, Smokey, are you right here with me? We're not in California, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. See, guys.
Did you smack him?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Wake him? What'd you do? Wake his ass up?
Yeah, woke him up. Here, Smokey, wake up. Here.
What?
Here.
Oh my God!
Don't wake it. Don't wake
it.
Fuck off!
Smokey, they want to know that you're here with me, not California in jail.
Okay, yes, in jail, bed count.
All right. Hey, wake up, Smokey. Hey, Smokey.
Oh my God!
If you get punched in the face right now, it's justified. You do know that, right?
I do. But hey, I'm like the big brother dad figure that nobody's ever had that acts like a little sister.
Dude, if my dad ever did that to me, I'd fucking keep a knife in my bed to slit his throat. Anyway, even as a kid, I would have done that. Dad's good boning knife would have become a best friend.
Right, exactly. Oh goodness. Anyway,
okay,
we're having lots of fun.
Well, you guys continue on your where are you guys at now?
We are in New York, visiting Will Kincaid.
Oh, you guys are still in New York. What part of New York are you in? Do you care to say?
Upper area?
Okay, near Buffalo or near Rochester?
I put out a video from Lake George.
Oh, Lake George. Oh, okay. Yep, that's it. Yeah, anything north of Manhattan is considered upstate New York, so it's kind of a broad term.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, I saw I've got Smokey and Will Kincaid. I go, oh, look at the two big old ferries, and I've got it pointed on the two ferry boats. I set them up. It was a perfect dad joke.
Oh,
but anyway, I did put a little video standing up on top of Fort Sumter. No, it's not Fort, but Fort Wayne or Fort something, looking over at the Lake George. It's just absolutely beautiful. It's like a panoramic. It's a short on my
vista
channel here.
Like a vista,
yeah. Just a little video panorama picture with me talking.
The only reason I asked is because I was stationed there for 3.5 years, so I was just wondering if you were up anywhere near Fort Drum or Watertown, New York.
Well, we went through the fort.
It sounds like you're further east. It sounds like you're closer to the Catskills than you are to the other side.
Well, I flunked geography, so I have no idea where I'm at. I mean, I have ADHD. Trust me, Smokey is scared to death when I drive, and I can't even multitask to the point. I got a speeding ticket going into New York because I can't talk and manage my speed at the same time. So I'm not allowed to drive anymore either. I'm sure Smokey will tell the story of what it's like to live a month on the road with Kenny. He calls Tammy a saint.
Sounds like almost a reason to commit Harry Carey. Anyway,
or write a movie. We could write a movie and make millions.
They already did.
I'd like to be the lead actor.
They already did. There's a movie called Thelma and Louise, and then there's a TV show called Supernatural with Sam and Dean Winchester. Anyway.
Okay, gotcha. There you go.
Living on the road. Anyway, I will take off. Get some sleep.
All right, man. Great.
Yeah, it sounds like if Smokey is the designated driver because of your ADHD, you may not want to disturb the driver while he's trying to get precious hours of sleep in order to get back on the road. That may be detrimental to your health.
Smokey's the little spoon.
I didn't think about that, but you're right. See, because I'm impulsive, and we are at the hotel, but I've got my hours so mixed up that I'm falling asleep at 6 a.m. and stuff.
Yeah, don't be jumping on his bed or anything if he's the person driving. That's not a good idea.
But at least we're going to be here at Kincaid's for at least 2-3 more days, depending upon how things work out. But
Oh, okay. Yeah. Normally in any kind of situation, screwing with the wheelman is not a good idea. So anyway.
Right.
All right. I'm going to take off. Good talking.
All right, man. Yeah. Talk to you soon, Jay. Bye. William.
I have a feeling that's going to become more of a thing.
What's that?
Nothing. I'll tell you about it later.
Oh. Waking up, smoking in bed, and getting me punched.
Kind of.
Yeah.
No, you're in the foothills of the Adirondacks in the Hudson River Valley region.
Oh, well, I have no idea where I'm at.
It's technically central New York, but everyone calls it what the fuck, Northeast or something, or they call it state. That's what they fucking say. It's not. Clinton County is technically upstate New York.
So you're saying I'm in the Appalachian Mountains still, is what you're saying?
You know what? I wonder almost if the Adirondacks, I'm not sure. I never looked into it, but I think they're part of that whole chain of mountains that run through the Appalachians.
That would That would make us sisters.
There is a trail that goes all the way from the top of the Alleghenies all the way down through Appalachia. You can walk the whole thing through the mountains.
Yeah, it's called the trail. It's called the Trail of Great Price. It's where the Indians marched to Oklahoma.
No, what?
No,
okay.
I thought I must be a dum-dum.
I don't know. There's a lot of trails around here that go on for miles and miles and miles.
Right. Hey, should I wake Carl? Should I wake up Carl?
No, don't wake up Carl.
Oh, all right.
Whatever. I like Knox's explanation of how this all went down. That was probably the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. Smokey,
give me the lowdown.
Okay, so Smokey flew to Oklahoma or wherever you live over there, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right? And then you guys got a car. You drove all the way to North Carolina. You then, or flew, I couldn't really tell. And then you drove all the way up here to upstate New York. And then now Smokey flew back to California. Although the registry changed to California a couple of days, I think, before we did that stream on my fucking couch.
Yeah, I don't follow the turdation that's going on with all of this. It's too much noise in my head.
I am going to do a show. I decided to move it to, I'm not going to do it my regular time this week. I'm going to do it at 6:30 Eastern here on Friday. So I can yell and be theatrical without waking somebody up. Because it is going to be funny. Because I have weeks of shit to cover now. So.
Right. Yeah. Now make sure you tell Mr. Ducky hi, and that I'll see him again. But I gotta sleep in the hotel because you don't have enough room for that much testosterone.
Kenny and Smokey out of his house for bringing fucking baby rapers. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, you know what's really funny? Knock claims to know where I work. That's literally not possible because I don't work at the same place every day, and I don't work for a company. So go ahead, Knock. Why don't you call? You know what? You know where I work. Go ahead and call them, and let them know that what a horrible fucking asshole I am. Why don't you go ahead and do that? You have my full permission. Go ahead and make some phone calls.
He'll be real busy because he'll be calling the thousands of Burger Kings in Manhattan where you're at. Or what did you say? Where are we? Akron Mountains? Upper Manhattan, New York?
Yeah, sure.
No,
we're in Roslyn. That was the thing early when people were trying to dox me 2 or 3 years ago. Because, Roslyn, New York is where we...
I have been so drunk and high this whole trip.
Narrative used to be when John was living with me. The narrative used to be when John was living with me that me and my wife had moved into John's mother's house with him and his sister, and we were living in a broom closet. And then when John left, it became I kicked John out of his own house, and I was living with his mom. So that's the meme.
And that's why you're John's dad?
Exactly.
Right.
I have a farm.
Right. Old McDonald is John's grandfather, from what I understand.
Not something about me doxing him again. Is he back? Well, you wouldn't know, but does anybody know? Is he back on the kick that we doxed him again, and that he didn't just release his full information on a stream, literally 3 months before we went to his Facebook page after he invited the entire world to do so? Are we doing that again? Because let's say hypothetically Smokey's a baby raper, that doesn't actually negate the fact that he put his full information out on the internet of his own volition. It doesn't. I mean, if Smokey's a baby raper, that doesn't make him a better person than Knock necessarily. But still, it doesn't. We can't just erase history because it's inconvenient to the narrative. Although I suppose we can. That seems to be the MO.
Right. Change the story when the facts are proven to be wrong. Let's just slide it over a little bit. Very liberal of them.
Putting all of this information together in a single timeline has proved very difficult for these people.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
the only
this
timeline
is
that
the
makes
Smoky
sense.
dossier. The Smoky dossier.
The only timeline that makes sense is the one where he's not a baby raper.
Right.
So, whoops.
Uh-oh, we done screwed up again. It's really funny to know that you've set these people up so much, and all you had to do is just let them hang themselves.
Well, yeah, there was one thing that I did want to say before I go, because I'm just on a smoke break out here, is that, oh, fuck, now I've forgotten it. God damn it.
Sorry, I told you ADHD is sexually transmitted disease, and you shouldn't touch me there.
I'm telling
I told
tales.
you. I told you not to touch me
telling
there.
tales outside of school there, Kenny.
ADHD is STD, dude.
I can't, for the life of me, I can't fucking remember it now. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Okay, so Knock thinks that you guys haven't been here for the better part of a week now, right? Which is what I said.
Right.
I didn't say a week. I said the better part of a week. So, it was like 5 days or something at that point.
I forget how long we're supposed to be here, but we've been here for a couple days. I know Smokey's still exhausted from driving all the whole time. But
right, the reason that I didn't tell anyone until days in was until you guys were basically not going to be around my house, because you're not. You're at a hotel that's far enough away that it's not an issue. It's because I didn't because if you know this, if people understand this, it's because Kat and Lo and John, who I'm fighting with now, who, by the way, doxed me to Brett Keane, just told them everything about my personal information, which is what I was talking about with the Facebooks and stuff.
Right, yeah.
They all live within like 15, 20 minutes of me tops. And I didn't want anybody to be like, oh, there's Will and Kenny, so that must be Smokey.
Right.
And then have his real face out there on the internet.
Right. But his back is out there on the YouTubes.
Yeah, because it's like, and then people are probably gonna be like, well, why don't you want to see his real faces? Because you haven't earned it. You see, you have to get your thetans audited first.
Yeah.
And you have to spend at least $600,000, I think it is, for the highest tier.
Right.
And then you can go.
Yeah, they are only granted to walk and see Smokey's backside, and they could hide in the cleft of my shadow as they walk by Smokey. You know, Exodus 33.
Yeah. Sir, nobody cares. Literally, nobody cares. Oh, yeah, and Freeze was saying today at some point that I was making threats towards him because I said somebody's going to die if this keeps up. I'm paraphrasing, but that's about what I said. He doesn't show me clarifying that in chat or anything like that. I actually took screenshots of it because I knew that somebody was going to do that. And like what I was saying was that somebody is going to get Second Amendmented. Somebody's going to show up to my house or Knox's house or, God forbid, Kenny's house, somebody's house, and they're going to do something violent. I just know it. I have a feeling. And then somebody's going to get constitutional carried. That's what's going to happen. Because I have no doubt in my mind that someone is within whether it's today or tomorrow or 5 or 10 years from now, somebody is going to get a wild hair up their ass. They're going to go to somebody's house and cause an issue. Because Brett has all of my information, because apparently John gave him everything. Blaze, I know that because Blaze did a stream showing Brett and John talking on Facebook Messenger. And she didn't edit out the photo to show any of the information or anything like that. So you know, like, it's so stupid. But anyway, I'm done with my cigarette, so I'm headed in. I guess I'll talk to you later.
All right, man.
All right, peace.
No, see, Cerberus is too dumb for me to even speak to. Very dishonest. And since I'm so much smarter and so much handsomer than everybody put together in this room now, I refuse to allow him to talk below me because he has not worth or value in view of my intellectual superiority. So for now, I will say good night, Earthlings, and dum-dum YEC, rabid, intellectual terrorists. Yeah, I'm running. Hey, I don't have to entertain a fool. I'm not supposed to entertain a fool according to their folly. I've already mentioned I will not talk to dishonest people. So I've already dialogued with you. I remember you. So I have no obligation to speak to people that I deem to be intellectually dishonest and intellectually below me. So I refuse. I refuse to throw my pearl before the swinage. So good night, folks. I will possibly be back later when Mr. Smokeman wakes up. I'm sure he'll want to stream. So good night for a couple hours and come on back.
Don't make me interrupt the music.
The show is yours.
The show is mine. I'm trying to get you to deny it's Smokey. I looked at all the evidence, what everyone said, everything that's available. Totally convinced me. This is a big deal, so I'm looking to see if I can get you to give me a reason to go back over it again. Baby, change my mind. Baby, tell me something that clears Smokey. But I can't get you to even deny it. Why is that? Well, I can't promise the same thing as him, but it will at least make me think about it. I guess I'll wait right here. I only have the one question. At least to start with. I don't know why you're making me the only one on the screen, Kenny. I'm not here to diatribe. Damn. Show that one right above mine. That's a pretty good deal if he's one of your trolls. So come on, Kenny.
He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna choke on my dinner.
Well, don't choke. I need you to deny this. So. Oh, come on, Praise. There's no need to... I don't know if that's a joke, but there's no need to, like, dox Will. Like...
By the way, I do have permission to dox Will, because I talked him into having some titanium balls like myself. So Will's middle name, you all know, but his last name is a hyphenated Clary with a K, then a Ken, not with an E, but with an I, and then one of those accent marks, because it's Dutch, and then Cade. That's the whole KKK thing. That's where it came from. As you know, in the South, as I confirmed earlier with Kincaid, it's connected to the Appalachians. So kin is like in kinfolk. So the Clarys and the Cades intermarried in West Virginia for years. And that's where the etymology comes from.
That's interesting, I guess. Should probably talk to Will about not doxing himself on the internet.
I encouraged him not to be scared. You know, I've doxed myself totally, because I think these people are idiots. I think we should all dox ourselves.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean, I'm choking on my spicy, eating like spicy chili. Hold on.
That's fine. Eventually, one of those idiots are crazy enough to do something. That's. That did get me thinking, though. If you don't think people should be scared of the internet, they should dox themselves. They should, I guess, practice that non-fear. Why don't you convince Smokey to get on stream with his ID and just cover up everything but his face and name? That would get this to all go away. That would completely change my mind. You know, if it's, as long as the name's different.
Smokey sleeping. So, sorry. Why don't you go ahead and dox yourself? Sorry.
No, thanks.
First,
I'm not.
but to like take the Christian, like the lead. Like, don't ask people to do something that you wouldn't do yourself.
Oh, well, I'm not. I'm not asking them to do it. It just seems in line with what you were saying before, that you shouldn't be afraid. So go ahead and dox yourself. And Smokey would have a lot to gain from this, besides being brave. If it's if he doesn't share the same name. So given what you said you believe, it doesn't make sense. That's why I brought it up. I'm wondering why it's not something you're trying to do. I would honestly prefer if none of you gave your name online.
Sorry, I'm about to throw up. It went down the wrong tube. Just hold on a second. Okay, Smokey's sleeping. I'll just gonna open his wallet and just dox everybody here. Hold on, let me switch the camera because I think
if you're going to show his driver's license, if you're going to actually show his name because he's okay with that, please cover everything else but the face on the name. People can use the ID numbers to do like steal identities and stuff. Wow, you got those guys worried.
I think I might have docked Smokey. I gotta go. Hold on, guys.
So, like, if it was all a joke, well, I don't know. Well, I don't know. It's probably not enough. You showed some numbers on the credit card. I don't know if that's enough to do anything, but. Oh, yeah, no. If that was a joke, you got me. I was actually worried you were going to show, like, actual ID numbers and shit.
That was my wallet.
Oh, that wouldn't have been much better, but. Oh, if Smokey and Josh are two different people and they stood side by side, that would actually lead to some other questions. But it would make sense why Smokey said it was someone he was either related to or was friends with or something before.
Ladies and gentlemen, please send your money to Dr. Kenneth Rhodes at yahoo.com. That's my personal PayPal account. DrKennyRhodes.
That just leads to another whole host of questions. Really? Yahoo?
by the way, stupid ho or energy is my doppelganger, but the antimatter instantiation.
Oh, so which of you has the positive charge and which one has the negative charge?
She has the positive charge for sure. So now moving on to actually matters that are important, to deal with Garu Lady and her question regarding Bible translations. Yes, anybody can, of course, distort a translation. So what you want to look for would be translations that are done by committees and their notes are open. And that has to do with any modern Bible translation, ESV, Net Bible. And the reason why we have more translations come out is because English is very plastic. So what was kosher, quote unquote, back when I was young is not kosher today. And for example, the use of the plural pronoun, the we, and even in reference to a masculine noun. So anyway, I started thinking about something else. But something like that. That's basically the reason why we need these differences. There's something called it's a word bank, and now with the the interwebs here, you can search and see the usage and the change of usage culturally, and you can kind of quantify that, and put it all together, and 2 + 2 = 5, and you put a translation out. Problem is you want to make sure that you retain the meaning of the thought there in the text, because words have context, and so a text out of context is a pretext for error, as Dr. Walter Martin used to say. So you want to make sure that your translations are faithful to the thought in the original text. And for example, anthropos many times in the New Testament does refer to both male and female, and can be translated brothers and sisters, like anthropos can be brothers and sisters, things like that. So just making sure that the word is meaning what it means. So anthropos is really, man, Adam. We're not talking about just maleness, the gender male. We're talking about humanity in all of its form, beauty, and diversity. That's what we're talking about. So making sure that you're not saying that God made man, and that maleness is only in view because women have no value. No, it many times, Adam is in reference to male and female, but it's also, a proper name has been translated as a proper name. Yeah, I know, Cerberus, you're in the back, but you're overly concerned about this issue and obsessively. I actually trolled you and made you waste an enormous amount of time and really showed people how easy it is to kind of manipulate people like yourself that are kind of low thinking. And I'm sorry, but I had to make an example out of you. You actually would not stand up to your own demands to Smokey. That is, just tell us who you are, show us your face, prove this, prove your innocence. That's the problem here, folks. Where is our freedom? When did I ever have to give a demand or answer a demand? You know what my answer is, Cerberus? None of your business. It's none of your business. I don't have to affirm. I don't have to deny. I don't have to do a damn thing because it's none of your business. You guys are communists. You really are. And I hope this is a lesson on how stupid you are, how gullible you are, how unimportant your intellect is to me. I proved it to you. I made you look so stupid. When you look back at this stream, people are going to die laughing. Good grief. It is so funny. No, Miss Hoar, I know you're not a communist. You know, you can see my beautiful face right here in front of God and everybody. You know, look at my hair. Am I not a handsome middle-aged man with an overinflated ego? Really? For reals? I mean, for sure. You know what I'm saying? And I do have to say that Shep is a very attractive man too. A very attractive man too. And, you know, let's just say I'll take a tie because, as they say, if you're not bokeh, you're last. You know, you're not first, you're last. If you're not bokeh, you're last. So Shep and I are last in the good looks. But in the last of the good looks, we are winners. Anyway, shake and bake. Now, Mrs. Hoar, would you please, one more time, because I'm getting confused here, say yes as your next text or post. Am I not a very attractive middle-aged man with nice hair and a very, very, very overly inflated ego? See, I already know that Nikki thinks I'm a very attractive middle-aged man with an overinflated ego because she says that Shep and I look alike. So I saw one of the sexiest blondes I have ever seen in my life in the photo that I've seen of Nikki and Shep. Just saying. She is gorgeous, Nikki. Although I heard she has a flat booty. Oh, I told you all, Miss Hoar and I are doppelgangers. She is my antimatter doppelganger. I am the negative, of course, and she is the positively. Yes, so anyway, that made my night. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I've got to show Tammy this stream. She's gonna love it. man, I need to go wake Smokey up just because I'm having too much fun. Although, Nikki, you will agree, and probably Miss Ho R Energy. Do we not have parties in our minds all day long? We've got music, we're dancing, we're walking around, and it's like we just want to run up to people and say, hey, join the party in my mind. I'm having a great time. But then you realize it's like, whoa, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you were sleeping. I just really wanted to invite you to the party I'm having in my own brain. I mean, I've got Van Halen going, I'm sitting here just enjoying a nice book, and I've got a party going on. I'm walking around as well. I'm looking at sights, and I see people, and I see, oh, they look sad, and I just want to make them smile. So I go up and I start singing a song to them. That's just the way I am. Let's see, what does praise say? Praise I am. That's actually praise. I'm glad you changed that, because I've told you 100 times I can't stand the way that you pronounce Greek, and you definitely can't pronounce Hebrew. And so I said, if you're going to use, if you're going to use praise I am that I am, and then try to say the ha-ya, you are going to have to add that ya in there and change it to praise I am. So, and I'm glad he didn't put the little yod there, because it's not a guttural. It's not praise I am. It's praise I am. So you got to get that higher range. We'll talk to Dr. Folk about that. He's the expert. But thank you for changing that praise. I really appreciate it. But what do you say? When you make yourself a public figure on YouTube, thank you. I'm a public figure, which is why I've doxed myself. You agree to transparency standard that people in private arena sorry, people in the private arena not held to. Sorry, my throat is burning from that chili. Fame means more transparency. Has nothing. Has nothing to do with communism. For me, yeah, I know. Because, I mean, yeah, I'm 50. So if you look back in the 90s, I graduated high school in '89. I did a little bit of acting in high school. And then in college, I did some of the drama, and I did a little bit of science, cosmology, but then the Lord called me. But during that time, I did a little bit of modeling as well, and then I was doing some music. So I played music, made a lot of money, which is why I have a lot of time right now, because I'm basically fully retarded. I've gone full retirement now. I've gone full tard. So since I've done that, I have a lot of time to do this. But anyway. Okay. Dixie, or should I say Miss Normus? I will wake him up here in just a minute, but I'm not done with my diatribe. Remember, this is all about me. I'm smarter than everybody in the entire Googleverse, all right? Even if scientists move from, they've already messed me up. I used to say universe, and then they started doing multiverse. Now they're saying multiverse. Well, I'm going to coin the phrase Googleverse before they try to do it. I am the smartest in the Googleverse, and the scientists aren't going to one-up me on that. They can under-up me on that anytime they want. Just saying. And since Pharaoh turned out to be a little tweet, now Miss Ho-R is going to represent me. She's now going to be hired as my PR person and as what Tammy would call my executive function. So Miss Ho-R I'm going to put her in contact with Mrs. Rhodes, who will probably put her in contact with Ms. Rhodes, Tajiana Rhodes, my oldest, who is a clinician. And they'll get together, and first, Miss Hoar will need to go through counseling first to deal with me as a boss / child, because she'll have to treat me like a child just to keep me on task. Will Kincaid can affirm to that. He's already had to babysit me per Smokey's request, because I get lost, and I'm like the old book Ferdinand. I just kind of walk through the field and smell the flowers. I'm like Ferdinand the Bull. And I'm sure Shep will remember that book because it was a grade school reading. Now, totally lost my place, but look at how pretty I look, because when I talk, the waves actually float up, and it looks like my entire being is surrounded by this beautiful halo. And I likey what I see. You know what I'm saying? I likey what I see. I'm going to change the music now to what is entitled Feeding the Ducks. Feeding the Ducks. Here we go. It's not a duck, duck, duck. Ooh, baby. It's not a duck, duck, duck. Ooh, goose, you baby. Listen, people, I've had no cannabis, no alcohol tonight. This is Kenny, totally unhinged after a long day of running around and sightseeing with about 4 hours sleep over the last 3 days. This is like Kenny gone wild, folks. So Smokey's going to have to wake up and medicate me, or it's just going to get more exciting as the night goes on, because we're going to party hardy, people. Listen to that. It's not a duck. Baby. It's not a duck, 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 goose. Ooh, baby. It's not a duck, 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 goose. Ooh, baby. It's not a duck, duck, duck. Oh, Alphabetiverse. Yeah, technically, not Googleverse. Sorry. You're right on that one. That's right. Kenny gone wild. I would turn on the camera, but I'd have to comb my hair, and I really don't want to. It's been a long day. Yeah, here we go. Come on, I'm going to sing to y'all. Here we go. Yeah. Ooh, it's not a duck. Duck, duck. Ooh, not a duck. Ooh. What happened here? All right, here we go. Here we go once again. Sorry, folks. I got a little excited there with the telephone. You know, these days they make phones that are so sexy. They've got the... Nikki knows what I'm talking about. Sometimes you just got to let go and be goofy. You know, I'm glad, Cerberus, that you're there to help clear me and Smokey, because we really need to be cleared. I'm having a party all by myself, people, here in this hotel room, and Smokey won't wake up. Wake up, Smokey! Smokey, wake up! Smokey, you wonder if his feet are ticklish. He's a much bigger man than I am, just saying. You know, baby, it's not a duck, but let me tell you my measurements. I'm as far as IQ, I'm 158. A little shy of that perfect 160. But you can still call me your Einstein lover. Because, baby, when you've gone Einstein, you ain't never, ever, ever gonna whine. More wine, baby. Somebody stop me, please. Oh, gosh, somebody stop me. Oh, gosh. Okay, I got to try this again. Because I'm going to... listen, this is copyrighted, and I approve this message. If anybody steals my jams and makes $1 million like that guy did with, like, you know, you better run. You gonna get your wife. You gonna get your family. You know, I can just see somebody taking these clips, my jams, my freestyling here. You can call me the new East Coast Biggie Kins, or Biggie Smalley Very Small, or Biggie Slims. Because as I was saying, baby, my measurements are IQ 158. The tone of my voice is a timbre that sits right about G flat. Oh my gosh, I could really make that inappropriate. But anyway, let me strum my guitar, baby. Anyway, where was I? Yes, this is not a Christian channel. Yes, it is. No, I don't need to go to sleep. Come on. You're killing me, Smalls. It's right. Here we go. Let me get my hairbrushes, you know, because when you're as cute as I am, you need 3 combs and 3 hairbrushes. But here we go. I'm going to do a little tap dancing for you, baby. Here we go. Hopefully the latency is not messed up. Oh, now it fades. Messing me up, man. 1, 2, 3, baby. 1, 2. Here we go. Here we go. It's not a duck. Not a duck, duck, duck. Not a duck, baby. Eat any duck. Ooh. You know, Cammy did say that I forgot to tell Smokey, which even scared him more. People with ADHD, when they're sleep deprived, it mimics drunkenness. So I can't be responsible for the extra mojo here tonight. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Low. Here we go. Here we go. Here we slow. No. See, this is the Red Hot Chili Peppers version of a Sexy Duck song. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Not a ducky, not a ducky, not a ducky now. Give it away. Give it... Oh.
I can't help but think of Weird Al's parody with the Flintstones for that tune. I'm sorry.
Is this a Christian channel? No, it's not. This is a jam all night with you, baby. Slow walking, dirty talking. I'm your CJ, which is celebrated Jam Master JK. Here we go. Thank you. We really appreciate the fact that you want to clear me and Smokey, because that's very, very important to me, because I care about what you all think. And I just made you sit and look like a stupid... You became a meme. You agreed that everybody should dox, and you wouldn't dox yourself, but you want Smokey doxed. Oh, people, you should see it. Oh, it's classic. It's worth a rewind.
What did I miss?
Oh, you missed classic. Oh, you have got to go back. Yeah, you've got to go back. Yeah, go back, speed watch it. Oh, you have got to. This has been absolutely hilarious tonight. Yeah.
Sorry, I just got a scream.
Yeah, it's totally worth the time spent. I know it. And I appreciate that, because here's Mr. Dr. Kylo Ken Kruger coming at you. Man, I've been doing total nonsense, and I've got 16 people watching me. Just utter complete nonsense while trolling the dum-dums out there.
Well,
It's been an absolutely fantastic night. One for the record books, absolutely.
what about the vegetarian vampire ducks?
No, I'm not aware of those. But we don't need the ducks, people. Please don't duck them.
No. It used to be a TV show that I used to watch when I was a kid called Duckula, and he was a vegetarian vampire duck.
Right.
On the BBC.
Hey, listen, Will. It was extremely entertaining, even just for me. I cleared so much stress because me and the missus had a little spat today. Had a lot of stress. And, it was fantastic just to laugh so hard for a good 20 minutes while dingbats like Cerberus proved everything that I had said, and I had connected a bunch of dum-dums to bad theology and bad science because it's bad critical thinking. It's been brilliant.
Well, I think I had one of the most fruitful interactions with LPP I've had in a long time, and of course Sal was there, but Jamie Russell was there too, which was almost slightly scary.
What are they talking about over there?
I think they were talking about things in general, and when I was leaving it, they were talking about the flood and whether it was local or global, or that was what Jamie was taking it. But I had to leave that one. I believe he's still going, actually.
Yeah, I enjoy John's streams. He does a good job. He's a good debater, too.
Well, I got in there and said my piece, but, I actually have respect for the guy.
I have respect for people that don't act like dum-dums. Once they actually act like dum-dums, I'm no longer obligated to treat them with any respect whatsoever.
Well, I'd be careful about going over there because that Wesley guy who was on here the other night, he's in there too.
Yeah, I don't have anything with against LPP. But he does have some strange ones in his stream from time to time. But I'm all for free speech. I don't think you should cut anybody off. But
no, it's not my intention to cut anybody off. And if it is, I'm sorry, because it's called Asperger's syndrome, and it gets in the way when I don't want it to. And of course, I'm in the age of the earth has nothing to do with the gospel message. Neither does science, really.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to take a short break here. I'm going to keep the stream rolling just so we have some solidarity. And I'm going to see if I can wake Smokey up. He's been asleep for quite a while here, and see if he'll get my numbers up tonight to, 35, 40, maybe even 50, because I've got it up to almost 20 myself. I'm sure if Miss Hoar if she would have come in, she would have taken it up with another 10 people. But with Smokey would have come in, that guy has more mojo than me. Well, like 1/10 of my mojo. But anyway, he's got a lot of mojo too, and he'll bring a lot of people in.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've got 48 subs, and I don't know of any of them.
Yeah, I wish I had some deals with some pastors like that. That'd be awesome, because I am poor as a church mouse. I mean, no. I mean, I am comfortable. I don't have too much and I don't have too little. I'm very blessed.
Oh, I consider myself blessed too.
Yeah. Yeah. He's talking. I'm talking about selling the church properties to another church on that. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, not personal deals. I'm talking about two churches being able to shake hands and say, yes, we agree to this, and so we make a transfer. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's $100,000 deals. So I might have. I know it's a snarky comment anyway, but I kind of misunderstood what the thing is. Who knows what people's motives are in bringing crap up, you know?
Well, I mean, you're in the wrong country if you're trying to make multi-million dollars out of churches. You've got to go to Africa for that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kincaid. Yeah. All I need is Kincaid in my videos. Actually, in my videos, I've got both Kincaid and Smokey. That is Smokey laughing, bending over laughing, and he has the bat in his hand. So Smokey is on camera, folks. He's just not showing his face because you guys don't deserve it. But if you look, there's Mr. Kincaid there. Who could miss that cute little face? Ronnie!
Is he the triple whammy from Pressure Luck?
Ryan! Gotta watch the video. It's funny. Well, so I'm going to take a break here. We're going to keep it live in case people want to, sit back in the chat and have a good time talking with one another, singing that little old song. It's not a duck, 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 baby.
Not a duck.
Yo, I don't know if you've been outside your hotel room recently, and
No.
I assume probably not.
Are the paparazzi out there again for me?
No, it's really coming down, Kenny. You want to see it? It's fucking snowing like a son of a bitch.
Oh, you got snow.
Mm.
Fun.
Whoa,
It snowed the other day.
Snowstorm, man. Can I
It
get
snowed the
arrested
other
if I
day.
run out there in my underwear?
I would recommend against it. Although I'm at a higher altitude than you, so it might actually be raining. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how. What, 15 miles away from where you live? That's where the hotel where we're at. I know. I could. At that one place, you can see the ski slope.
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head how many miles. I know it's about 30-something minutes.
Yeah, about 15 miles.
Yeah.
Navigating all the stoplights and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's coming straight down. These flakes are the size of a fucking Dodge Dart.
Told you it was going to snow.
I know. Well, this is the first. It kind of snowed a couple days in to you guys being here. And I asked Carl, I said, have you ever seen snow before? And he says, no. And I said, well, it doesn't look like this. I don't know what this is. It was somewhere between snow and hail. It was the shape of hail, but it was soft like snow. I forget it's not sleet. Sleet's more wet than that. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
I know that yellow snow tasted horrible.
Well, it's not supposed to snow this late in the year here. I mean, generally it doesn't. And now we're supposed to get a foot of snow up here in the mountains where I'm at right now. Because I'm doing long-term tonight. I'm usually at the hospital, but I'm long-term.
Oh, no, wait. I ate the snow where Smokey wrote his name in the snow peeing. Gross. It tasted horrible.
Snow cone?
Oh, that lemon snug.
Speaking of, one of the best things to do with snow around here because it's not all fucking polluted and shit. At least I choose to believe it's not. I do make snow cones in the wintertime. I still have some blue raspberry left from some of the slushy stuff that I used to make the snow cones. I still have some left from this winter. It's fucking great. You just leave a bowl out there. It's got to be a big bowl because when it condenses down to a snow cone, it's not really that much. We can get one or two out of a big bowl.
I've never had.
And my rose bushes are probably deader than Jesus. Because I just realized I forgot to cover them before I left for work. Because I'm a fucking idiot.
Jesus resurrected through the roses.
I could probably nurse it back. But once it starts getting green on it early in the season and then it gets frozen or snow on it, it's pretty much an unmanageable fucking mess.
Yeah. I'm not a gardener, but...
Yeah. Oh, and another smoke break out here in the middle of fucking hell's winter. Fucking Skyrim. It is. I mean, I swear to God, it's like fucking... I know that Skyrim is... The geographic location is not based on upstate New York, but it looks just like that. It's like village, hamlet, vampire...
Well, we saw Spider-Man as we drove through New York earlier.
Fucking big titty goth girls. Gotta get you one of them. One of you out there on the internet. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Could we all admire my ponytail here? I'm soloed.
I just finished your dissertation on the Trinity. It wasn't bad.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you very much.
You're much more animated in front of an audience.
Oh, you haven't seen nothing
This
yet.
motherfucker will talk to anybody, too. I swear to God. We're in the parking lot in Lake George, and he just starts talking to some random stranger. I gotta go put my vape in the fucking car. I gotta put off. I'm not sure how that works.
Because I had a battery in there.
Oh.
I always have extras because I vape like a vampire.
No. Well, my shit's all fucked right now because it's wet from all this fucking snow, so I can't barely hear you. But I'll drop down to chat. I'll see you later.
You know, Miss Dixie or Miss Normus, you're a real nice gal. And Mr. Cerberus Hex, which sounds like a bad disease, you're a kind person too. I can see that in you. You just care. And so if I could give you that assurance that you're caring for a good person, I can affirm that I cannot tell you anything about any questions regarding anything that I do in life because I said. But anyway, I do know you're a good person. So just pray for Smokey and family and relatives and the planet and the universe and all the people. Said amen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is the whole Josh thing, isn't it?
I don't know if they're Josh and me or not, but I'm just saying.
No.
You know, free the Indians.
The confusion.
Free the Indians. You know,
yeah, but
they only have one leg, and they live in a very cold state.
The whole thing before is to do with this Smokey being somebody else.
You know, I don't know. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I don't believe it. Mine, the girl is mine. Mine, yeah, she's mine. all mine. The girl is mine. Remember that? Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson?
No, but I'm thinking more along the lines of Queen's work. I don't believe in love at the same time. Sorry. One of the many great single anthems that I've listened to over my years.
What's the takeaway? I'm glad you're here. Pull out your buddy Basement Dweller. And we've got lots of great content that will meme. I could be the greatest intellect to grace the earth since Plato himself. Absolute comedic genius tonight. Exposed the dum-dums as dum-dums. Answered legitimate questions from honest people and answered them honestly. Had a great dialogue with Jay Pasek because he's an honest person. And I'll answer somebody's questions honestly when I know they don't have some sort of sinister intent behind it. You know what I'm saying, y'all? We got tonight more tunes. Chicky nuggets. Yes, chicky nuggets sound great. You know, I do hold the power to instantly stop all of this. And that's why I say, by the power vested in me as a minister of the gospel, and by the authority of Jesus Christ, I now pronounce you, it is none of your business. Because that's what ethical people do. Mm-hmm. See, because we're in a war out there, people. And you just don't trust people that ask to be trusted and ask to straighten stuff out. See, because we don't need your help. Yeah. Yeah. We don't need your help. Yeah, baby. Don't need your help. Don't need your help. Yeah. Don't need your help, baby. You know, I should have been born a black guy and a black guy that could sing.
Mm-hmm.
I am missing my calling.
Oh, well.
No, Miss Normus. I'm ethical in the real world and in your all's virtual world. See, that's what people don't realize is I actually am who I says I am. Damn, why won't anybody believe me? Reference to Malibu's Most Wanted there. B-Rad G. You see, people that have integrity when everybody's watching and when nobody's watching. And I live off of a greater principle, which is a free man in a country that was founded upon the principles of freedom as self-evident, that which is due to the created order, that which is actually read from the pages of creation, that all people are created equal and endowed with certain inalienable rights, and one of them is freedom. And I say, give me freedom or give me death. So no, thank you. I will not bow down to anybody. I don't know why you people don't get it. And that's why I'm here to take over the world. I'm going to lead the new YouTube church. And I'm going to lead it in a way that brings integrity back into the virtual world, because you're living with integrity in the real world. Man, I'm a genius. I ought to be on the stage there in Broadway. I should be hired as the lead singer in the leading opera. I'm so smart and good looking. People need to follow me as I follow Jesus. I may be nuts, but what you see is what you get. I'm a person of integrity.
In that case, this is what some of us are.
Yeah, when I act like what, Cerberus? Like things are none of your business? Why is that? I'm sorry that being somebody integrity looks bad, and you think that praise that flip-flops every time the wind blows, that's somebody of integrity. I mean, really? For reals? Am I being punked? I know I'm world famous and I'm a celebrity, and as a celebrity I'm responsible to dox myself. My name is Kenny Rhodes. I reside in Modesto, California. My office is 1483 Mabel Avenue, Modesto, California 95355. Reach me anytime. Because I'm a celebrity, I dox myself. Smokey is not a celebrity. He is not even close to as popular as I am. Number one, he's not that good looking. Sorry, Shayla. He's just not. He's too skinny, too tall. But anyway.
Yeah, and that's not a good premiere praise. It was crap. Just so you know.
You see how strange and weird these ding-dongs are? I mean, really. It's so funny. I was reading Antics, and sometimes I read multiple lines at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. Dixie, why don't you call a parole officer or something and not bug me with it if you're that concerned. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Miss Normus, I see you're enormously stupid. Just saying. You and Cerber ought to get together and please don't procreate, because I couldn't imagine the multiplied mutations and the genetic entropy that would cause Neanderthals to come up from extinction once again. Please, no Neanderthals. Yeah, praise, I could really care less. That's what's actually so funny about this. Didn't you guys see my earlier stream? It's like all of the ding-dongs in the Christian world and the ding-dongs in the atheist world. Those are the people that stand against me. Rage. So praise and rage are now intellectual bed buddies. See that? Praise? Same mentality. And you're a spiritual buddy with, or bed buddy with Vicky, who is a disgusting person. And you're a bed buddy with Ryan, who is actually the one who put all this stuff out and then lied and said that he helped pull things and change things and manipulate images. We have him saying these things, but you all were just too stupid to actually do any homework. It's really, really sad. And it would really be a sin for me to even answer any questions, because this is like not even the real world. It's like asking me to comment on a C.S. Lewis fiction, and as if my integrity depended upon it. This is a frickin' dream world, people. I'm amazed. It's a fantasy land. Absolutely nuttyville. Yep, as a pastor, that's what you guys don't even realize too. I mean, I also worked as a hospice chaplain. HIPAA. I can't share. I've lived in that way. That is part of my training as a pastor. It's part of the professional oath that is taken and understood. You don't tell people about anybody because it's none of their damn business, because they will be damned for making it their business. Why do people really not get this? Praise. You have got to really be somebody under common grace. You've got to be a retard. Absolute retard. You're putting my face and Gavin's face with the face of somebody holding a sign saying Nabla. So you're saying that Gavin and I are a part of a group that is involved in and supports men having sex with boys. That's disgusting, Praise. That is grievous slander, and you will stand in judgment from Jesus Christ for every idle word spoken. And if it's a modern translation, every word typed or text or posted. Man, I'm like Dr. Seuss.
You better watch it. You might get banned.
Cerberus, a pastor says, it's none of your damn business, and I'm not obligated to be shown some picture and being asked, say, is this you in this photo? I haven't looked at a photo. All I've seen is a brief glimpse of a close-up shot of what looked like me with a wooden background. All I've seen. Once I've seen that it came from Thicky, I don't pay any attention to it whatsoever. Are you dense? I'm not obligated to say anything about anybody's thoughts about whether or not this is me or not me, because you don't have good intentions. And even more than that, it's none of your damn business. Period. Why don't people get this? Praise. Lying about what? About what, Praise? Come in here. I'm going to post the link. We're going to put this to rest right now, Mr. Dingbat. Come in here. I'm done. Actually, it's pinned, but because you're not real bright, I'm going to ask you to come in here. And I'm going to ask you to put your money where your mouth is. I don't care if it looks like me. Who cares? Who cares? How about that?
Well, this looks like me, but it could also not be me.
All right, Praise.
So, Kenny, like, I don't know if it says purpose. I think you're purposely trying to do these antics to try to, I think, make things unclear to people, muddy the waters, and it's stupid. It's like this stupid type of tactics that you're trying to do. Just come out with it, man. Like, what do you got to lose if you just say it's Josh Herbal? Like, so what? What's going to happen?
Why is it anybody's business?
Well, you asked what you lied about. I mean, that's just.
No, what did I lie about? What about if I say it's none of your business? Is that a lie?
Well, you lied about the courtroom itself.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You denied
right there, Praise.
That's Smokey, didn't you? Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I said I didn't see the picture. How many times do I have to tell you? All I saw is briefly. Listen,
that
ding dong.
Is a lie,
ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Let me finish. All I saw was on Thicky's stream from my phone in portrait a picture of a close-up that looked like me. Yes. Yes.
But
and there was a wood background. Yes.
You were not
that's all I saw.
That picture was not at the Ark, Kenny. You did see it because you commented on it. That's another lie.
I said That's all I saw. A close-up of me with a wood background in a blue shirt and black
And then
jacket.
you said it was the Ark.
No, I said I don't know where it was. Listen, praise. You have to tell, as a Christian, you have to take me from my word. Okay, if I misspoke, I misspoke. I'm correcting it now. All I saw was a picture of me, and there was wood background. Period. All I saw.
Did you go to North Carolina or not, Kenny?
Why is that your business, praise? Why is that any of your business?
Because we have GPS evidence you were there.
It's none of your business where I was. Why does it matter? Really? Why is it in your business?
Well, you made it our business.
Do you know that I have reason to be all up and down the coast here?
You made it our business.
And it's nobody. How did I make it your business?
Because you shared your GPS with
Sparrow. Somebody who said that she was praying with me and for me for safe travels, who's clearly now done something devious and is using it and put it in your hands and divulge it. Who said she would never?
Why did you send that code to Sparrow, by the way?
I didn't, ding dong. I didn't. Yeah, it's real funny.
No, it's
Slander
funny
once
how
again.
you just squirm right now. Like it's terrible.
Really,
man.
Squirm.
Are you a man of God, Kenny?
Yes, I absolutely am, and you are going to be damned and shamed.
Do you swear
by accusing me?
Bible,
I swear on the blood of Jesus Christ, I stole no money from Sparrow. May God strike me dead. I damn the blood of Jesus Christ if I am lying right now and I took money from Sparrow. How about that?
Okay, so do the same thing with Josh and Smokey then.
It's none of your business.
Oh.
None of your business.
You can't even make that same. Why can't you make the same thing?
Because it's none of your business. I'm being accused of a crime. Ding dong. I want my integrity intact. It's none of your damn business about Smokey, Josh, or Will, or whoever you're trying to say.
How is that going to compromise your job anyway? Because it was Young Earth Creationists that got you anyway.
Ding dong. You don't know how wicked what you're doing, and you've tied it now to Young Earth Creationism?
It's so blatant, Kenny. Come on, man.
It's blatant. No, why don't you get it? No, it's blatant that you're an absolute
Jesse
idiot.
Lee Peterson, come on,
It
Kenny.
is blatant that you are an absolute idiot.
Like, come on,
Absolute
Jesse Lee
idiot.
Peterson, and then
I don't know what you're
Sunshine.
talking about, Jesse Lee Peterson. I have no idea what you're talking about. You think I follow around your guys' ding-dong world? What are you talking about?
Dude, Kenny, I don't even have beef with you per se. It's really Smokey.
No, exactly. So keep my freaking name out of your mouth.
Well, you keep protecting him, though. He needs
No,
to man
I'm doing
up to
nothing.
his charges.
I'm doing nothing. It's nobody's business. Why don't you get that? Why are you so stupid?
Because you're leaving
Seriously,
a trail of
Grace.
lies.
No, I'm doing
You're protecting
nothing.
lies.
I'm telling you, idiots, it's none of your damn business. Why don't you get it? You guys are slimy, disgusting, praise. Now I'm done with you. You are absolutely disgusting. Disgusting, praise. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, people.
That just sounded dumb to me.
Yeah, it's really goofy.
I know what it's like to be accused of something you didn't do. It's partly why my marriage fell apart. I was accused of making a pass at my a niece-to-be in-law.
Yeah, see, these goofballs don't realize now they've impugned my character and said that I've stolen $800 from Sparrow. Now, am I going to get an apology once it comes out that they have slandered me? No. They'll just keep on doing their own same thing. See, I have every right to defend myself. I have no right to share anything about where I was. But when a direct thing comes out and somebody's accusing me directly, I can say, no, I didn't do it. And if you're going to persist, I'll say it with this kind of confidence. But anything I'm doing on service to other people as a pastor, I can't tell anybody, anything. It's nobody's business. You guys are a bunch of retard lunatics.
Isn't there a small claims court they can take you to if they really think they have the right evidence?
Of what? Yeah, of course. If I'm guilty, I'll be charged. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but
and I bring it on if I am. Bring it on, absolutely.
That's under the condition that they have the evidence. But if they can't produce the evidence, then they should shut their mouths.
Yeah, it's heinous. It's a heinous, demonic thing to accuse somebody because you guys are so stupid and ignorant and dumb to fall for it. And then you're embarrassed when we tell you it's nobody's business because we don't trust you. And then you prove why we don't trust you guys and why we've given misinformation, because you want to tell the people who are honest. You want to, because this is not the real world. And even in the real world, you want to be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. No doves were harmed in me showing that these people are absolute lunatics. I'm glad to expose them. They chase rabbits and are stupid.
And I'd also put money on it that the case would be thrown out before it even got to the judge. And what does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Yeah, these guys are dumb. And then they think, oh, Kenny's losing it because I'm passionate and yell. I'm sorry. It's about the truth. I'm sorry. I passionately defend the truth. And when lies are set forth as the truth, that'll make me mad.
I also didn't think crystal balls had things called brains.
Those are trolls that are making fun of the people that their names are being used.
Yep, but witchcraft is also is also in the Bible, but also expressly condemned in the Bible at the same time.
Yeah. These people are nuts. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Smokey can sleep through my yelling. I can be pretty passionate.
He might sleep through anything.
I know it.
I think he's just gotten used to you, Kenny.
Right. Yep. Thank you once again, Cerberus, for being in the back there and trying to clear Smokey. Thank you. He needs it.
Smokey's already been cleared.
Yeah, listen to the earlier part of the show. Smokey is supposed to be supposedly in California because he's supposedly this Josh, and now we've proven that we're with Will Kincaid here in New York. So there's the evidence for everybody. I'm not going to say any more. It's cleared if you want it to be cleared. If you don't want it to be cleared, it'll never be cleared. I can never say any more than what I just said that will make you people satisfied. Here we go. Yeah, I'm right, you're wrong. Supreme Leader, King Kong, Kylo Ken on the move with the groove, hippity hop. Here we go. Yeah, I'm nuts.
Well, I mean, trust is certainly not to be taken lightly. And you can mistrust too.
Well, I'm going to take a little break. We've got 16 people down to 14 after I sang that song. I'm running people off with my jams.
You have to do a lot to scare a lot of people off.
I'll be right back.
Roger that one.
Feel free to groove there in the chat.
Who's trying to tell me I don't have integrity? Anybody?
just so everybody knows, at any time, y'all can come in and fight, grieve your differences. But just know that I'm the judge and I'll be right in everything when I make a judgment call on logic and stuff like that. Just so you know, people.
Mm-hmm. I thought I made a mistake once, but I was mistaken.
Exactly. So I'm just here to kick back in the chat with everybody, waiting for somebody to come in and defend all of this. Praise, I kicked you out because I don't like to deal with the dingbatness. I tell you one thing, you don't like it, you insist the other, and I try to say once more, no, and then you insist that you have the right to know, and I should divulge everything because you have the right to know yes or no on the questions you have. But I say you don't have the right to even ask the questions. Bye-bye. Could somebody else come in and tell Praise why I say what I say to him? Shep, you want to come in? Anybody? Nikki, anybody want to come in? Andrew, you want to say something? I mean, multiple people, please. I mean,
well,
Praise is...
starters. That'll do. Do we want to start with others? Jinx,
you can monologue until we wait for others to come in here.
I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. You're asking an ask me to monologue. That's that's a bit difficult. But I'd say, yeah, dingbat number 1, idiot number 2, fool of a took number 3, maybe. And if you don't get that reference, go and read Lord of the Rings and you'll see who the fool of a took was. Oh, who's speaking? Oh, that's me. I speak with a funny accent because I'm on the other side of the world. Well, it's up to anybody to divulge the information, and if they've said they're not going to divulge the information, and they divulge the information, they are, in effect, breaking the law.
Would anybody like to come in and defend the notion that young earth creationism is not intellectual terrorism, that is religious and scientific? Religious in the sense that they're the kind of people that like to poke into other people's business and then turn it into a old earth, young earth kind of a thing, and then, try to poke out and reasons to believe, and then expose that this is all about a position, and then Maltheists get together with people that claim to be Christians and people that are dodo birds like TTOR that says that belief in the young earth is salvific. I mean, does anybody want to defend the utter lunacy and why Praise Kent Hovind? You won't say anything about the fact he's had 4 wives. Of course, one of those he was never legally married to, which means he was in adultery and fornication, so to speak. So would you like to come in and defend Kent Hovind first? I'll tell you what, Praise, if you give me a good reason why Kent Hovind should be defended, then I'll spill all the beans you want about my life, where I've been, where I was, and where I'm going. Deal?
Well, on that subject, Kenny, he was never legally divorced from his first wife, so he's adultery 3 times.
Right, yeah, but nobody will say anything.
And not just that, according to Cindy Lincoln, her house was trashed. The house that she had bought there, she was rented by.
Ladies and gentlemen, the kind of mentality of praise. He comes back with Solomon had thousands of wives.
Yeah, why did Solomon have thousands of wives? They were.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. His wives left him because he was a creep. That is Hovand. And then you're going to have to defend Christian polygamy. Now, I do know people that say that Christian polygamy is okay. Intellectually speaking, I don't know which way to fall on that, but I do know that penally speaking, if I were to engage the notion of Christian polygamy, Tammy would chop off my wieners. So practically not going there.
Yeah, wouldn't want to go there either. Besides which, one woman is hard enough to handle.
A man shall not serve two masters. Therefore, you're never going to have two wives.
Nope. And even if you had David, well, the last one doesn't really matter because she was keeping him warm, but, you know, David had many wives too.
Hey, I mean, if people want many wives, and, you know, if there's a gal out there that thinks she's tougher than Tammy and you want to, you know, adopt me, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, it was the king's prerogative, and they were warned that the king would take the best.
See, the problem is here is this Tiffany. This Tiffany could actually be a 400-pound man sitting in his underwear, calling himself Tiffany, and then putting up a picture of Liv Tyler. You know what I'm saying?
Please don't. Please don't. That's a bad image, Kenny. Could be a Russian hacker too. Probably named Yuri or something. Oh, SFT is a nice person. Oh, really? Get on the receiving end of him and his rants, and whoa, you will see the nicety go straight out the window.
Yeah, I thought SFT was like a really calm dude, but boy, he really is spurgy. Sometimes he'll come at me like blah, 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 like a little chihuahua, and it's like, dude, it's okay. And I'll pet him on the head and pat him on the head, and he settles down. I mean, I really do like him, but I think he's devious in what he's doing. But other than him being devious in what he's doing, I do like the guy because we all have our problems, you know.
Well, used car salesmen usually don't have the best reputations. Oh, it's Jace.
G'day, Andrew. Hey, Kenny.
How you doing, Jace?
Yeah, good. You?
Pretty good. Just kicking back, eating a dill pickle. I know you people down there, down under, hate dill pickles and stuff and think they're gross, but I don't like Vegemite either. So,
you know what, man? I've never had a dill pickle in my life.
Unless you're in a secret, Kenny, I don't like Vegemite either.
So yeah, Kenny, I'm actually the Kiwi guy from New Zealand.
Yeah, I remember your voice now. Yeah.
So I've just been contemplating a lot of, what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, isn't it nutty? Just absolutely craziness.
The problem is, man, we're on YouTube, and it's so easy to say one thing and then go off and screw your neighbor,
Yeah, absolutely.
Stabbed in the back and then stabbed in the front as well.
It just means, you need to take it for what it is, and unless you really get to know someone properly, the Bible says, trust no man. We're all wicked in our own way. The heart is wicked, and we need to just show grace and love to one another. We really do.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in that. Yeah, absolutely.
And Kenny, I mean, you're a Christian minister, so you have a right to what you want to put out there and what you don't. But as a minister, you put yourself under the microscope as default. So the measure that you give out is a measure that they will trust you.
Right. Yeah. I have everybody's information. I know everybody's real names, that are in this fiasco. I know Sparrow's real name. I would never give it out in a million years, even though I feel like she's stabbed me in the back by doing whatever craziness that's going on. I mean, I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know what I was denounced for, let alone know what this silliness is all about. But it's really just nuts.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Yeah.
And any attempt to apologize is just going to be seen as fuel for the fire.
One thing you got to realize is human beings, the human nature, we actually are drawn to drama, especially if we're bored and we've got nothing else to do in our life.
Yep. Drawn to the chaos sometimes too, actually.
It's human nature, Andrew.
Yep. And then we get in so deep, we don't know the way out, so we forget that we can tunnel across, so we dig down deeper.
Yes, I am drinking the pickle juice, and it's fantastic.
So what does it taste like?
Well, its base is just vinegar, and so it'll have spices like dill, and stuff like that.
So you
very salty, very salty.
Okay, probably not good for me then.
I'm not afraid of salty food. I'm not afraid of spicy food either.
Oh, I spent a whole lot of time in Thailand teaching English, and I love spicy food. It's amazing.
Yellow curries,
especially Thai food, and it's just great.
Mm-hmm. Yellow, red, and green curries, aren't they?
That's pretty well the standard over there.
I mean, if I go to Indian, I have to have a vindaloo, which is the hottest curry you can get.
Yeah. Did you get your scooter? Did you get your scooter fixed?
No. It's not the battery. It's not the fuse. I don't want to do the emergency restart unless I stuff it up. I'm leaving that to the professional who's coming hopefully in 2 days' time.
Over in New Zealand, it is so difficult at the moment to get anything done by anybody.
Mm-hmm. Same in Australia. I've got a friend whose car's been off the road for 5 weeks. More than that, probably 7 weeks. They were going down the highway, he and his wife, and a whole tyre jumped over the barrier and smacked their car.
Wow.
So, I mean the whole wheel. So tyre, wheel, everything.
So Kenny, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me answer One Way's question real quick. Hugh Ross has been on record stating that they're willing to adjust their creation model in accordance with the evidence. So yes, and Hugh has actually said that the one thing that would cause him to change his mind about whether or not the Bible was true would be if they could prove definitively that our universe did not have a beginning. And I would actually go so far as to say that that would not disprove it. Let's just say that they get to some sort of quantum, quantum gravity theory that shows that we are an inflation of a bunch of multiverses. Now, I number one, I don't think that would violate Genesis 1:1 because there is a beginning of space, time, and energy for our universe. But if we show scientifically that there are an infinite amount of universes, that would still necessitate God as the ontological grounding and not a temporal grounding only. So you can have an eternal creation with an eternal God, but that God still has to ground creation ontologically and temporally. It's an infinite grounding, so to speak. It's beyond our ability to comprehend, but that's the way that I would state it. That there can be an infinite causal chain of per se causes, but those must be grounded in that which essentially has existence, because even the multiverses are going to participate and have being, and that has to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm. But if the universe had no beginning, then Christianity has no grounding. Or is that a stupid way of looking at it?
All I know, man, living in New Zealand, I'm closer to the ice wall than any of you bastards.
Move to Tassie.
For when I was a new Christian, I really went down that road with Ken Hovind, until I realized just how his antics and just how he treated people was just one of where he was the master and he was the one that had all the answers, and speaking to people like they're frigging dumb, is not a way to win people over either, and he does that all the time.
Well, John Mackay and Ken Ham also do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. The cut of the same cloth.
And I've had interactions with both of them. And my brother's first girlfriend was Ken Ham's niece.
Mm.
But this was when he was in the US too, because he's been there for years. I was also accused of, this is doxing me, flashing a girl when I was 13 or something like that, and she was still holding on to that just before I got married. And she worked over there with him.
Okay, well, man, talking about trust on here, I mean, you see my picture of my dog, right?
Yeah.
Would you trust Tyson, my dog?
If you're around and if he knows me, yes, absolutely. If not, no way.
So you've got to get to know him. And how do you get to know him?
You spend time with him, you play fetch with him, you run around with him, you wrestle with him, you know.
So how hard is it to actually get to know someone on here unless you actually spend a lot of time with them?
It's very difficult.
So we can only go by what people say, and try and discern where they're at and where they're coming from.
And of course, he's going to smell fear too. So you have to be very careful of that.
Oh, my dog.
No, like the concept of it is he's going to smell the fear.
Yeah, exactly.
Potentially.
Yeah.
And that's when they attack.
So, Kenny, you as being a minister in Christ, you know, you're okay with being put under the microscope?
I've been put under the microscope since the day I decided to serve the Lord, and I've been falsely accused all my life, and I thought I had to take it. But that only encourages people to continue to falsely accuse because they get away with stuff. So that's kind of where I come from.
So, you know, calling people out is entirely within Scripture to do so. It's more to do with, I don't know, having a degree of transparency, I suppose. But it's really hard to be transparent on here because you can't trust anyone. And you really can't.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah.
So you tell your story anyway.
Yeah, well,
I usually do.
Yeah, Bible says, you know, it's normal that persecution's going to come anyway. And, you know, if you speak the truth, you're going to get persecuted for it. End of story.
Yep. Yeah, you only have to look at name's going to come to me. Ruth Graham's son from her second marriage a couple of years ago. He went through a second affair, had to sacrifice his first marriage, lost everything within his ministry. Cost him very dearly.
Why do you think that was, Andrew?
Because he was tempted. He was tempted and he fell away, I think. And I know temptation. It's very easy to go back to the old self. Very easy indeed.
It's really easy for human beings to go back to that which they are familiar with. That's the problem.
Yep, like a dog returns to its vomit. Sorry to cut across.
I usually have to watch myself around women because I am a temptation. I'm often referred to as eye candy, and a lot of ladies want to look too much at that eye candy, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
So I just try to, you know, walk around hooded.
One church I went to here in Australia, I left it, and I knew a guy who was there. She had the pastor's wife at the time had a dream about mentoring men, and somehow it slipped through the elderships and the leadership of the church's mind, and they let her do it, and she winded up having an affair, and it ended up in the pastor being booted from the church.
Wow. Yeah, the problem with eye candy is, you know, you can be extremely friendly to people, and I'm extremely friendly, and I get accused of being a natural flirt, you know.
Yep.
But that's not what I am. I'm just friendly, and you know, if somebody wants to, reciprocate that, then so be it. But I get really strung out on the coals sometimes, you know, as far as being tempted, you know.
Yep.
Oh, it is funny that you guys would say that, because I don't really consider myself like a good looking person, but I know that I do have like charisma and charm. So I do I do know that could be very attractive, just like confidence and charm and things like that. So, you know, I like to play that part quite a bit, but it's funny, you know, because I do get accused of being very flirty and stuff like that, but I'm not trying to be flirty. I'm just trying to be nice. Mm-hmm. You know, I am a 12-year-old little boy. It's like Mickey and I. My relationship, you know, I see her as like this 12-year-old kid that Shep and Tammy are going to sit in the in the benches while Nikki and I go out and play in the playground.
Mhm.
I mean, that's the way I see Nikki, and that's the way I see like all the girls that I see, all the young women I see, older women that I see. I get accused of being a flirt, because maybe it does come off like that, but maybe it's my confidence too, my playfulness, my ability to, like laugh at myself, and I don't take myself too seriously. I know those qualities are attractive to women because, they just like a confident guy. But, I do have to watch myself for sure. I don't want women to get the wrong picture. And that's why I make sure that like within a couple conversation or words, it's always like, yeah, Tammy, my wife. And all the girls here on the YouTubes, Nikki and everybody, Shayla, and Sparrow, and everybody I've ever talked to, they will know that I immediately talk about Tammy. And Garu lady, she knows too. I talk about Tammy. It's all about, hey, I want to be transparent. They know Tammy's number. If any moment they thought I was being weird, they could text Tammy. I would be accountable. That's just what I do.
Accountable is the scary part.
The other thing too with women's makeup is they actually want a man who's a true leader, who has sureness and confidence and solidity. That is really attracts women. And I think that's what you're talking about, aren't you, Kenny? It's half the battle. I mean, I'm single, but I battle that all the time. Just having to, knowing I can lure someone in, but knowing also it's not the right thing to do either.
Mm-hmm.
But it boosts your confidence. It really does. So I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, you see that Nikki's talked to Tammy. I'm very transparent with any relationships I have with young women.
Well, if I was still married, I'd talk about Jess all the time, but because we broke up, she's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's also about respect as well. I mean, there's no way I'm going to entertain a married woman in the church. Even if she comes up to me and starts talking to me, I feel very, very uncomfortable because as far as I'm concerned, I should be talking to her husband.
Yep, go and get the husband first.
Yeah.
Yep, get it. I mean, I don't know what it's like. I just remember the old days of the church. It was very difficult for me growing up, not knowing until I was diagnosed. Once I was diagnosed, it was a case of, well, okay, I've now got to make these mistakes again and again and again until I get it.
Well, it's a part of making mistakes, yeah. But, saying it's in a woman's makeup to want to have that leader by their side and to know that they can follow their man to the ends of the earth and know that he's going to love her like Christ loved the church, love her with that unconditional love. I mean, men in themselves have the ability to love, very, very differently from women. And that's what a woman love that, they want a man who's going to be like that. Who's going to lead them into all truth, too much feminism in the world and too much feminine culture in the church as well.
And masculine.
It's a cancer, it really is.
And toxic masculinity.
Yeah, well, most males they're about as masculine as a frigging limp dick. They can't stand up for themselves. They're not true leaders in their own right. You respect your wife, but be a leader and show her that.
It's the Gillette ad of 2018, I think it was. Do you remember that ad? It got more dislikes than likes.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it was all about badgering men, and it was Gillette doing it. And It was the start of the go woke, go woke, go broke sort of theme.
I got to step away for a bit, guys. So the show's
That's right.
yours.
Yeah, so they were basically just bashing on man and how men weren't being manly was somehow evil. So
Yeah, well, that's the feminist thing as well.
And the hilarious thing was, it was a woman who had done a previous ad, feminist, who had done a previous ad for tampons.
Okay.
And she took over and did the ad. So you had little boys fighting, and at the end of it, you had the guy one day going up to it. That's not how we do things. We don't fight. It had something like 750 likes, but then it had in the dislike comment it was 1.9k dislikes. It was phenomenal, and it was a stupid ad too.
I've never seen that. Obviously, that's Australian.
No. I first heard about it on Act 17's channel, which is David Wood. And and then I found the ad to dislike it myself because I watched the ad and just went, that's gross. And I'm sure it got buried in the archives.
Alexander the Great saying you have to follow before you can lead, dipstick. That's not absolutely the case at all.
That's why we have fathers.
And yes, so we use our fathers are an example to us, and we can have role models in our life. But in your own home, you must lead. Who are you going to follow in your own home, Alexander? Who are you going to follow? You need to be a leader in your own family. If you can't be a leader, then what are you? And that comes through experience. Doesn't mean we're all going to get it right all the time. But what a stupid comment.
Yep. Well, leading is taught.
Should I just trash some of these comments on here?
I totally missed it. That should have been absolutely trashed.
Yeah.
But I think we've done that, so yeah. And if you can't lead, you need to learn to lead.
Give me a Vegemite sandwich, Shepherd.
Yes. I come from the land down under. Ironically, that's sung by a Scot.
Better run. You better take cover. What's that?
Ironically, that's sung by a Scot. The lead singer of that band is Colin Hay. And he made some appearances in the Ringo Starr's All-Star Band.
All right, Alexander. So if you become a man, if you follow your elders, then who's leading the show? Who's the leader then? Everyone's going to be a follower. That's the problem in this culture, eh? We have all these people that need to follow something. They can't stand up and be a leader. They have to follow someone or something to feel whole and to feel complete. So they end up just following an idiot, and I wonder why they get led down the garden path.
Mm-hmm. I believe they call them scams.
Well, yeah, and that can be, and that can be in the church. It can be out of the church. It can be everywhere.
It can be wherever you go. Wherever you go, you might meet somebody who doesn't know you. Well, you will meet somebody who doesn't know you.
And as a man, who are we really supposed to be following? Jesus Christ. He is our example.
We're supposed to be trying to follow Jesus Christ as best as we can.
When you become a man, you lead. So you have not become a man yet.
Well, no, you're a boy who can shave, as Mark Driscoll would say.
Yep, and that's the problem. We've got all these man children everywhere.
Yeah, that's why we have the problems today.
Hey,
We
shit!
have divisions.
Come in and have a chat, man. I missed you. See if he comes in.
Who's coming in? Oh,
The man with the golden voice, Shepherd.
oh, Shep. Yeah, Shep could come in. Alexander the Great probably won't. Unless that's praise again.
What has he been using? Different soccer accounts, has he?
I don't know. I'm just putting that out as an out there.
It has
As
really
a
gone.
joke too.
It has really gone to a whole nother level now, and it should never have had to go this far.
No, we should never have had to defend ourselves to this level. I mean, okay, the word apologia is to literally give a defense, but we give a defense and you don't like that defense. So what do?
You know what, man? I don't mind defending myself, because if it's the truth, it can handle it.
Mhm.
I don't mind. I mean, I've got nothing to hide, you know. And if someone wants to question me on something, then go for it. I mean, I don't mind being questioned. I mean, Jesus Christ was questioned all through his friggin' life by the Pharisees, by the Sadducees, and he didn't mind, because the truth was revealed in it.
And the only reason that they liked him in the beginning was when he was 12, and he was telling them the realities. After that, they hated him.
Yeah, because he told the truth.
Yep. Well, the certain views of them, they were all divided.
Yeah, so what I'm sort of saying, though, is that, you know, people, you know, need to handle being questioned without getting all upset and manifesting and carrying on, you know. You know, be questioned. Don't allow questions. It will bring the truth out, and it will expose what needs to be exposed. G'day, Shep.
G'day.
And sometimes you have to swallow hard.
Had a drink of Pepsi and it went down the wrong way.
Oh, mate. I hope it's sugar-free.
Breathe. Pepsi Max.
Man. So what's going
Isn't
on?
it crazy? Isn't it crazy?
Man, that really got me. Hang on a second. I'll be right.
Okay,
Yeah,
man,
breathe.
so-
It's happened to me before many times over. I know what I do.
You need a whack on the back.
No, it's liquid. It doesn't help you. Just cough it out. That's my experience.
So I think transparency is really important in the Christian faith. I mean, you know, if we don't conduct ourselves in a manner that Christ, conducted himself, how can we be worthy to be given more? To, you know, God talks about we need to be in a place where God can entrust us with more. So, you know, it's serious business. It really is.
Let me know if y'all hear echo or anything. I'm using my new mic.
Yeah, no,
Man,
you're
that
fine,
really got
Shep.
my
Got no
throat.
problems. I'll let you know.
Loud and clear.
That really got my throat bad.
Yeah, man, it sounds like it.
I took a quick swig and it hit me
Shit,
right in
don't
the back of my
don't-
throat. I
don't
feel like
wreck
somebody
that
shoved a
voice,
pine
man.
cone down my throat.
Don't wreck that golden voice, for God's sake.
And every time I talk, it tickles it again.
Yeah. I have the same problem.
What's that, man?
I've been making
When
leather
Pepsi
in the
goes down
background.
the wrong way.
So Shep, how you going, man?
I'm good. I'm tired, and here I wanted to show y'all something. Here we go. Check this out. I've been doing a lot of leather work. This is what I've been working on recently.
Leather work.
You guys know what hair slides are, right?
No.
No, but anyway, I guess we find out.
Well, Kenny would. I'm sure he would know what this is with his long, beautiful hair. These are what girls, or Kenny with long, beautiful hair, would use for putting their hair up. And these are just some basic shapes that I got, you know, like this. Whoops, wrong camera. Like this.
Oh, yeah.
And what you do is you'll fold these back. They're made of leather.
Mm-hmm.
You'll fold them over, and there's a hole that goes through here, and then a stick that goes through there.
Yep.
You've got a
That holds the ponytail.
I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
So I'm making those, trying out different shapes. So I got moons.
Ooh.
Wow.
I've got stars. Got ovals.
Mm-hmm.
And of course we got hearts. We got the love. Anyway.
You gotta have long hair to get those ones, though.
Yeah, you gotta have long hair to get those, but I'm getting back out there. It's getting back out.
I tried once.
All my hair is the same length, though.
Mine goes like a wafro, so I can't grow it.
Unfortunately. You know someone else that's got pretty awesome looking hair is actually Will Kincaid.
Yeah, Will Kincaid, yeah.
Yeah, I saw his hair and I was like, man, he must some good shit conditioner on that stuff. On that thing.
This here? This is au naturel.
Oh, that's a cool beard.
I comb it out whenever I can, and I'll put water in it to get the food out.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes, right?
I'll be right back.
I used to have a goatee.
Well, you see that? Hey, look at my dogs. Look at that, man. Look at that muscle.
Yep. It's got the same head and body as my old dog did.
I mean, he's just that my boy, man. That muscle in those legs, he's just so strong, eh?
Yeah, he would be.
You guys familiar with trees and plants?
No. What are those things again?
If you're Canadian, you'll recognize this.
Maple leaf.
Yeah, it's a hair slide.
Yeah,
it's a maple leaf hair slide.
Maple, yeah.
Kenny's going to come back and he's going to be like, he's using my show to sell his stuff. No, I'm just showing it off. That's all I'm doing.
So you do actually sell them, Chip?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's
I do
nice.
them per order, though. I'm doing these just because I want to see if I can do them. If anybody wants them, that's cool. I'll sell them for about $10 a piece. They're not finished yet.
Pretty good.
They're not finished yet. That is an oak leaf, I believe, white oak, if I'm not mistaken. Don't remember this one.
What do you do to do? What do you do to do the outline? Is that done with a like some sort of a hot iron or something? Or?
What do you mean?
The impression of the leaf.
The markings.
All the markings? No, all the markings are done with just tools, different kinds of tools. I use a scroll to do most of that, and then I use my my swivel knife to do a lot of the line work. And then I got a lot of punches that I use to do all the artwork that I haven't got to yet. You know, I still haven't used any punches on these.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a lot of mold work. These were just kind of see how they're going to look, see if they're going to work. Got another leaf here. Keep going on camera. I forgot all of what these are. I think this is another oak leaf. I think this is red oak.
Okay. Is that just cow's leather?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I get mine from Springfield Leather, and I think that's what they use. It's
I've
what do
done a
they
little
call
leather work in my time.
what do they call it? It's veg tan leather, vegetable tan leather. There's nothing in it. It's dry leather, and there's just a little bit of amount of oil still left in it to make it pliable, and you can work with it. And depending on the thickness, you can engrave on it.
So I thought you were going to be talking about vegan leather there for a second, because I know that's very poor quality.
So yeah, PETA don't like me, I guess, but whatever. That's why God made animals. Oh, and I do bushes too. I do bushes.
Oh wow, yeah.
And they're all hair slides. But I was curious how the leaves were going to turn out, and I think they're pretty neat. Actually.
They're cool. I'd buy them just as that and put them on a frame or something.
Yeah, I want to see if I can get like Nikki to model them for me, maybe, and I'll take pictures of them with somebody actually wearing them. It'd just be the back of her head, and I don't think she'd mind that.
Shep, in New Zealand, we've got an emblem, like a national emblem called the silver fern. Have you heard of it?
The silver what?
The silver fern.
Fern, F-E-R-N?
F-E-R-N, yeah.
Okay. No, I've never heard of it.
Really cool New Zealand emblem. You should have a look at the picture of one of them and make a silver fern, man. They'd go off in New Zealand.
Have a look at an All Blacks jersey and you won't have a problem. You'll see it. It's on there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You just Google silver fern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although isn't that
cool,
the netball? Isn't that the name of the nickname of the netball squad?
Yeah, the center of the plant looks like it's got a
as well, yeah.
Curly Q is what I would call it. Like it's got a spiral.
Yeah, it does. You can actually
blank right now
as well. It's really good for you.
I would do one like that. Now, are each okay? Now, on this fern itself, it looks like each stem has individual leaves, or each stem is a leaf. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
I think so.
In regard to what are you
silver fern?
What are you looking at?
The silver fern.
Yeah, what are you looking at, Shep? Can we see what you're looking at?
Oh, I was looking on Nick's. Let me pull one up. Let me see if I can find one like she's looking at. Okay, yeah, let me do it like this. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. How do I do that? Share screen. Share. Hey, in the meantime, will y'all pray for me?
About?
I want to quit smoking cigarettes.
Oh, okay, we can try.
I want a specific prayer, and I hope God will answer it. I don't know if He does specific prayers or not, but every time I put one of these cigarettes in my mouth, I want it to taste like shit. Because the problem with me is I love the taste of tobacco. I smoked cigars for years.
Yeah.
And then I went to chewing tobacco, and then I went to snuff, and then I went to cigarettes. And then cigarettes were in my life for a long time, even though I bounced back and forth between a lot of things. Cigarettes were always a constant. And now it's just cigarettes. I've kicked everything else. I've kicked alcohol. I've kicked, cigars. I've kicked all other forms of tobacco. But cigarettes are those are some.
You know what, man? You know what, man? Once you realize it's not your best friend anymore,
It really isn't.
Yeah, it's not.
That's motivation enough to kick it sometimes.
I chain smoked for years, and
How do I shared my screen. I guess Kenny's not around. He needs to share my screen.
So yeah, I chain smoked for years, and one day I just woke up and it was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm killing myself. I was smoking 100 grams of tobacco a week.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
What is that in US dollars? Is that US dollars?
Well, over here, like 100 grams of tobacco over here would be costing you $200 a week now.
Oh my God.
Yeah. About that. Yeah. It would be about that here too. You'd be with the taxes they put on them.
So I just woke up one morning. I was like, I just broke down.
Dude,
I was
that's
like,
2 cartons a week.
I know. So I had rollies, which is you make your own, but it was killing me because I've got an addictive personality anyway. Shit.
Yeah.
So anything that I do in big time. Yeah, but I did it. I just said I can't do this, and I just gave up cold turkey. At the same time, I gave up my girlfriend as well. I was like, I might as well just give up everything at the same time. And
that's kind of overboard, though, right?
Well, it worked for me.
Right on. I can't beat what works for somebody for real. I can't.
Yeah.
Well, but I don't think that would work for me.
I know Alice Cooper beat alcohol by stopping drinking it, and he went cold turkey completely.
Right on.
So, a lot of people take AIDS and nicotine patches and all this, but at the end of the day, I don't really know how. They may work for some people, I don't know, but
no, they're not very effective.
I've got the nicotine tablets. I've got the patches. None of it works.
Yeah, no.
Because
I have been listening here.
It's not the same sensation. Because it's not just a chemical thing; it's a psychological thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Kenny.
Oh no, I was just I've been listening. I'm just my back is really bothering me, so I'm in the bath, and I don't want it sounds weird, but I needed to comment because I want to be very transparent about my own experience with my own failures and about. I don't even know exactly how long ago, 8 years ago, I kind of lost my faith because I thought what I thought of myself, what I thought my dad thought of me, what I thought life thought of me was that I was worthless. I finally came to the point where I thought I was worthless. And I thought God believed that I was worthless. I mean, I always thought I was worthless, I should say. I just thought that I was the first one to think I was worthless. Everybody else confirmed it, and then God at last. I truly felt like God thought I was worthless. So I started drinking.
You know what, Kenny?
I started drinking.
I'm going to be a witness to something. God spoke to me through my sister. And I'm through all of this stuff that's been going on, everything that I grew up to believe I was wrong. Everything that I went through was wrong. You know my story.
Mm-hmm.
And what I understood about Jesus and what he taught was forgiveness, no matter what. And every time somebody came to him and questioned him about judgment, he asked them, "Who are you to judge?"
Right. Yeah.
And so I was at a point where I was losing my faith because I was seeing all of this judgment and no forgiveness. And then God spoke to me through my sister. He said, "You're losing your joy." because the devil's in the playground and he's playing with whoever he can.
Right.
And I am. I was losing my. I'm losing my joy, and I'm trying to turn back to a path where I can get my joy back.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to encourage you in me being transparent, because when I lost my faith, I started drinking, and I was drinking probably about 750 milliliters of vodka. Yeah. I was drinking about 750 milliliters of vodka a day. And Tammy prayed that would start making me sick, that the taste of liquor would start making me sick.
Yeah.
And it did. And even to this day, I can't smell hard liquor without just like wanting to vomit. So it's not wrong to ask the Lord for, make it taste horrible so that I can like get that aspect of the cravings or the, addiction over with. And, I probably would have killed myself because I was in such despair. Once you feel like God thinks you're trash, you don't care to live anymore. And that's where I was. And so it didn't matter to me. I prayed every night to die. But slowly but surely, the Lord just healed my broken heart.
As I can remember, Kenny, I've done nothing but try to help the next person. I've bitched and groveled sometimes doing it. A lot of the times doing it as a teenager and a kid, I'm sure. But I've always tried to help the next person, no matter who they were or what they've done. And I especially learned it in prison. I learned from prisoners better manners than what I'm seeing here. And that was amongst baby rapers and murderers and killers. More real than you people.
Yeah, real baby rapers. Yeah, real baby rapers, real killers.
Y'all imagine a baby raper goes to prison and they get their heads smashed in, and that's the end of their story. Some of them, yeah. Depends on how bad they, what the circumstances were. And the real circumstances come out in prison, y'all. We see the real paperwork. The prisoners run the paperwork in the prisons, in case you didn't know. All of them. So just be careful what you're doing. Learn some forgiveness, man, because it's killing a lot of Christian spirits that's really Christians to see all this division.
Yeah, it is, Shep. At the end of the day, we're called to be a witness. And what are people witnessing, when they see all this going on all the time, like, well, why would I even consider becoming a Christian if this is what it's about? This is not what it's about. This is just crazy where this is going. And it saddens me, it really does.
I'm a man that I don't care about money. I don't care about things. I care about helping people. I care about living, but I care about helping the next man if I can. I don't show up here very often, but when I do, I try to share what, I feel and I know. And I know this ain't it. And when I do show up, I try to bring something, to bring some sense to some of these people that I've talked to before. It breaks my heart. That's all I'm trying to say. And I rarely show my face. But I don't care.
It's awesome, Shep. It shows your transparency, man.
I've had people say they've seen me in my hometown walking around when I was sitting in my house. That's how coincidental it is, people. Swear it was me. My own family swear it was me. I was ignoring them. I walked away. They pull over, swearing it was me. You need a ride? Oh, you ain't my uncle.
Mm.
It happens every day. People look like others. People get mistaken for other people every day. Anyway, I don't care what happened. I don't care who's who. I know Jace is a mastiff. I know Andrew's a guy with glasses. I know Kenny's a marvelously gorgeous man with glasses and an iPhone.
Thank you.
But I know I agree with him when I say Boki is the more beautiful of us too.
Well, you know, all them Taiwanese boys that are 12 years old that look like little girls, you know? He's pretty, man.
Well, I consider myself more grit. I come from bikers and cowboys, so you know I'm old school. I could leave civilization behind.
You're one of those guys that women that think Sam Elliott
I could go into the
so
woods with
handsome.
a pocket knife and some wire, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go. Any woman that thinks Sam Elliott is so dreamy, you know, the cowboy from Tombstone, the older brother, Virgil, you know, I think it's Verge, maybe the other guy, but Sam Elliott. Every woman that thinks he's attractive likes the gruff cowboy, you know.
You know, God stopped me in my line. You know, the line of my family were outlaws and military men and doctors and artists and big mix.
Oh, by the way, I found out that my great grandfather was fighting with the Hatfields and McCoys, whoever was on the West Virginia side.
Yeah.
That's my lineage.
You sound like you're going down the Googler.
I had a great cousin or was it a cousin or an uncle? I can't remember which, but he challenged Abraham Lincoln to a duel. They canceled it because Lincoln was a better shot. No. Lincoln was better with a sword.
He went defensive, didn't he? Yeah. Sorry.
My uncle, he was better with a pistol, and Lincoln was a very large target to him because my uncle was like 5'6" or 5'9", and they called it off and became best friends.
Yeah, that story is recorded in. Damn it! I've had the book before. How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's where I read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the How to Win Friends and Influence People book. Dale Carnegie.
Who?
Dale Carnegie. It's a self-help book.
Never heard of him, but the man that Abraham Lincoln, who was friends with, was James Shields.
Yeah, that's right. I can't remember the story exactly, but as you were recounting it, it's interesting because the story came back
We
to my
also
head.
had another one who was accused of being a sympathizer with the South and was banished to Canada. And then after the war, he came back.
That is funny.
You know, Shepard, you were talking about before about, you know, peace and stuff, you know. We have to realize at this time that we're living in that God says that he's come with a sword to divide, marrow, you know, the flesh from the spirit. And that the time of peace is not now, Shep. I mean, we're in a war, we're in a battle. And this is a serious battle, man, that, you know, the battle belongs to the Lord, yeah, but we're in it, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's where most of my struggle comes from because I have an analytical mind. I'm not speech-wise very intelligent. I can follow an intelligent conversation as long as I can keep up with the words. Now, every now and then there's a word that's thrown out there that I have to look up real quick, but I get the gist of it once I read the definition. I'm a little bit above layman's terms, I guess. I don't know. I really don't. People say I'm humble, I guess. I don't know. Everybody says I'm smart, but I don't see it.
Well, everybody's smart.
I'd say I'm average.
Yeah. I was very average as a student myself, but anyway, that's the way it goes. Ah, Andy.
Hello.
Yeah, there's the leaf I was talking about. Now this.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Now, is the whole thing a leaf, or
No,
are
so
these
the
individual leaves?
Okay, so the silver fern emblem is an individual leaf.
Okay.
So what I was saying is take an individual leaf and make a hair tie out of it.
Too much.
Ah.
Yeah. Yes, that's it.
Okay.
How gorgeous- how
Okay.
gorgeous
Here's one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be easy to do. That's nice. I love the way New Zealand. I love the difference between Australia and New Zealand. It's like going from Mad Max to like Madagascar type foliage.
Yeah, you know, in New Zealand, it's like going back in time.
Y'all got a
to
lot
the
of volcanoes, though.
Yeah, it's like going back to the Jurassic period over here. It's amazing. Have you ever been over here?
No.
Yeah, it's
Never been
incredible.
out of the United States.
It's incredible, the scenery, and we've only got 5 million people, so a lot of our landscape is relatively untouched.
And how many sheep?
Enough to share them around, Andrew.
I'm just joking. There was a time when there were more sheep than people in New Zealand.
Yeah, well, we got a sheep shaggers joke, don't we?
It's catching up. It's
Between
catching
the
up, though.
Australians and there's this real thing between Australians and Kiwis. We got this friendly rivalry going on, don't we?
We do. I'll never forget that. There's a bunch of sheep running towards the camera, and everybody's, oh, it's a New Zealand army.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Shep, I appreciate you showing and telling, man. It's good to put a name to the face.
Yeah. I love everything in the United States. I've been all over it. Never been out of it, though. Like I said, I've lived a life of poverty, and I'm happy with it. I want no pity, please. I love my life. I fervently know that if I was ever rich, I would be thoroughly corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
And I will.
No. At this point in my life, I think if I ever became rich, I would just give it all away.
I will in my own time, Shep, pray for your smoking, that you'd be delivered from that thing.
I appreciate that.
Okay?
Thank you.
No
I already
worries.
prayed it for you, Shep, too, so you know.
I'm in agreement with that.
Andy, how are you, man? You got no audio. You're on mute. Take your mute off.
Right. Okay. I took it off just now. I think Kenny or someone's putting me back on mute for some reason.
Yeah, you kept sitting there and you're huffing and puffing in the background, and people don't want to hear it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I just I saw you. I tried to comment earlier, but I think you blocked me on the comments, Kenny. I was commenting.
Yeah,
earlier
probably
and
because.
yeah.
Well, it depends on if it's your real account or your sock account. So it really depends.
No, it was really me. So I just come in to say that I've been blocked, so therefore I couldn't say anything. But yeah, so yeah, it's all been going on lately, isn't it? So now I want to forgive, but I don't want to get into the arguments about this really. But this particular person who we've been talking
yeah, you
about,
do. You do.
Well,
you do.
I've
Come
no,
on.
I
I see
don't.
the smirk on your face. Come on.
Well, I don't. It's just that this particular person who's been in the limelight for quite a while now has done me, myself, and other people a lot of damage. And if anyone does need to repent, this particular person needs to do it. And if you're talking about love, peace, and reconciliation, all these certain things, which are great, by the way, I'm all for that, then this particular person really ought to be doing that, and he's not. We cannot condone that kind of behavior. It's as simple as that, and it's just where I like to leave.
Gossip. So you malign and gossip and all that stuff because you're not supposed to stand for it.
But
so
no,
you
we don't
return,
stand for it.
Evil with
no,
evil.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, because that's what you guys are doing now.
Hang on a minute. No, they need to be called out.
Then call him out.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and I've been doing. I've been doing that for a long time now, calling him out for the way he talks to people. That's fine. You know, that's very evident.
Yeah, I know. You're very sincere.
That's very evident. And if I'm guilty of anything at all, it's coming on there and saying to that particular.
That's what you're guilty of. Being an asshole.
Oh well, if you're not interested in.
So is Smokey's. Smokey's no, both of you guys are assholes. I've already determined that. Both of you guys are assholes. So now where do we go from here? How about you stop being an asshole and stop talking like an asshole, and then we're done. We'll leave you alone. You leave me alone.
Right. Okay. So we just let the person carry on in the way he is, portraying this act as a Christian, and then the world is looking at this particular person, and they're saying, if that's how a Christian acts, then I don't.
Smokey doesn't act. Okay, Smokey doesn't act like a Christian.
Can I ask a
Smokey
question?
doesn't act like a Christian, and you don't either. So now we're even.
I'll do a Smokey on you. I do a Smokey on you. You're a fucktard, mate. You're a cocksucker. You murdered your son. You know what? I hope your family burns in hell. I hope you're all cocksuckers because you don't agree with me. You're all cocksuckers. You're all going to hell. You're all fuckwits. You're a fuckwit. All of you are fuckwits. There you go. I'm doing a Smokey on you, and you're calling me out. No, you can't call me out because this is the way we ought to act as Christians, don't you know? I'm acting the same way Smokey is. No, I'm acting the same way Smokey is. So please treat me the way you treat Smokey. Validate me.
Okay, so
you need to validate.
Okay,
you're a
there. Hold on.
You're a whore
of
hell.
Shut your mouth, you dirty prick beer.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut your mouth. Oh, see, here we go. Here's the Christianity. Here's the loving, free grace Christianity. Shut the fuck up. Says the loving, free grace Christian. The loving, free grace Christian. That's such a better example than me. Shut the fuck up. Says the loving, free grace Christian. Such a better Christian than me.
Don't tell Smokey to do that. So why'd you tell me to do that?
Look at him. Look at the loving, beautiful example. Look at the fruits of sanctification. Look at it.
Where's your witness?
Look at the fruits of sanctification.
I finished now.
Isn't he such a better Christian than me? Do you see what a better Christian he is than me? Do you see it all, everyone? Are you loving it?
I'm just giving you a taste of Smokey. That's all I was doing.
See, I'm unsanctified, but Andy's good. Andy gets grace on grace.
You can't justify what you just said, Andy. Don't justify.
I can justify.
Did you just embarrass yourself, Andy?
And if I can't
Did you just embarrass yourself, Andy?
Then how can Smokey justify it if I can't justify it?
Smokey and you, aren't you?
Yes. Well, why? No, yeah, but we're both supposed to be members of the body of Christ. We know how to conduct ourselves, don't we? And if
you're a universalist swine. You're not a member of anything other than the spawn of Satan.
Are you judging me? Are you judging me now, are you? And who are you to judge?
I am absolutely judging your doctrine.
Okay. Right. Okay,
I am absolutely judging your doctrine. Yeah.
God cannot lie.
We will judge angels, Andy.
God cannot lie, and God said in His Word, "I will have all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth."
I'm not arguing this universalist.
Is God lying? No, you can't argue with it. There's no argument to be had. There's no argument to be had. You can't argue it. Correct. Well done. I've got to go now because I've got to go and get my car.
Andy, you got your own friends to turn on you and stab you in the back. They hate you now because of your universalist. They tolerated you while you were useful. But because you're all a bunch of wicked, disgusting demons, you have no honor.
It's about if.
It is about doctrine. It is about doctrine. See, for a long time they ignored it because you were useful. For a while, they ignored it because you were useful, and now
you're
they
just
don't
trying to
anymore.
get.
You're
Now
not
you're just
useful.
trying to get me to go against them, and it's not.
So now your best friends have
failing
thrown you under the bus. You have no one that cares about you.
Okay.
No
when
one
there's
loves you.
The next
No
live
one,
stream,
no one
which they
cares
do.
whether you go up or down.
The next
Everyone
live stream
despises you,
that they
including
do,
the friends you've had for
I'll
over a
go on.
decade. How does that feel?
I'll go on. Go over to
How does that
Sam's
feel?
channel. Go and read the comments in Sam's
How does
latest
that feel there, Andy? Hey, Andy, can you stop running your mouth for like 5 seconds and just
You're
listen
doing
to
all the
what's
talk. You're
happening?
doing more than me, sir.
Do you see what's
You're doing
happening
more
right now?
talking than me, my friend.
Do you actually see what's happening right now?
Well, I can't. All I can see is myself on the screen.
No, I'm just wondering, like, are you aware of what you've just done right now? Like, are you really?
Going into smoky mode. Yeah, that's right. Calling people cocksuckers and whores and bitches.
So
and
you're
and everything else.
unsanctified then, and you're unsafe,
That's pretty
right?
awful. So you want to call me out
'Cause
for that?
you
Why didn't you
say-
call Smokey out for
Hold
that? Why do you have double standards here?
So,
What's going on with
Hold
that?
on. No,
Smokey's
Andy,
okay
the only
to do
double
it,
standard is you.
but I can't do it.
Andy, the only one
Why?
pitching double standards is you.
No, well, yeah, well, maybe yes, but I just went into smoky mode just to give you a taste of what he does. I went into smoky mode just to give you a taste of what he does. And you have a
This
go
is
at
like,
me, but
this
you
is
won't
like
have a go
arguing
at
with a
me.
retarded.
And you can fuck off, Smokey, because you're just a fucking pedo, mate.
You dope.
He ran away. I think he ran away.
Oh my god.
Rightfully so. Who wants to listen to this? Seriously, who wants to listen to this?
Not me.
Who wants to listen to, hey, you're doing this wrong thing. Now let me do it at you for 30 minutes. But it's okay. I have grace, Smokey, but you don't get grace. I get grace on grace, but you don't get any grace, Smokey. Who wants to listen to this horse shit here? Here, you take it back.
It's okay. He's only going to lose his work.
I'm still reeling how he came into the room. He came in with all these accusations. He didn't say. Everybody said hi to him. We were polite, and then he started off with all these accusations.
It was hilarious. He comes in. He starts his mic is on mute. He huffs and puffs.
It was like, okay, well, we're sitting here listening to you breathe, and Kenny muted you. So what? And then he started up with all this crap.
I usually get here about time the Holy Spirit does.
That was so classic. The Kenny TV. Thanks, one way.
I missed it. I want to get a
Oh,
blessing.
one way. I am definitely not a young earther.
Where's the Esquire tonight?
We might run him off to. I've been doing a lot of nuclear hyper focus as of late and ripping into people, so it's been kind of fun. This whole stream has just been so brilliant. It's like God just put it together.
Well, I was just going to tell Andy that
It's like he didn't even listen to anything I said when he came in.
the good news is that everybody's saved in the end anyway. So, I don't know what he's all worried about. Who needs to repent?
Yeah, Andy needs to repent.
Sarcastic about it at this point.
I missed
Obviously, he felt justified,
I
Kenny,
know
didn't
you
he?
do, and I love you, Dave. Don't ever forget that. I just can't, sometimes I can't bring myself to be sarcastic about it.
Well, I really don't know. I haven't been keeping up on it. I've been swinging a bat in the big leagues with San Enter Studios. I've been jumping in with the gang from Louis Farrakhan and the Black Power.
Kenny, you're very good at bringing in a
I'm watching
trigger, aren't you?
Jerusalem, the weather in Texas and Oklahoma, and the thing in Shanghai.
Yeah, there's something about putting them right in the spotlight, and they know that everybody's looking at them. I did that earlier with Mr. Ding Dong Cerberus. Yeah, but he sat there for 30 minutes just
in the back. Yeah.
Actually, I've been
seem to
enjoying.
have honed your craft very well, Kenny.
Well, thank you. I've been once I learned that most of the people I run into here on the YouTube world are just such horrible character, as we saw with Andy. I have decided that I've turned everything into a game and a comedy show, and I'm having so much fun doing it while exposing, rats. It's almost the perfect world for me. Comedy, but also an evil genius on the same side, but I'm harmless, and I hate dumb people. And I just have this knack for this sarcasm that's been honed through years of just inner hyperactivity of reading voluminous, you know what I'm trying to say. It's late. But to reading, and now I've become this perfect crazy bomb, and I can go in and pull out the crazies and destroy them. I just need a manager, and we can take over the world.
Kenny, I really need you to come over to my Discord.
Yeah, I will as soon as I get my iPhone unlocked for lack of payment.
Got you.
Tammy thinks that saving for a daughter's wedding is more important than my mismanagement of funds.
Oh, well.
Sorry, Smokey has an announcement. Say that one more time.
I said Jamie Russell is live with Nicholas, CJ, and Danny right now talking about the law.
Yeah, a bunch of theological dum-dums displaying their theological dumminess.
How many not ducks do you think are going on in that room?
Yeah, there's a lot of quacks over there.
Quackers.
I don't understand that. Do they not?
It's pinky.
Did they not
in the brain.
I feel like I just want to sabotage.
You know what?
I want to know how many videos. I want to know how many videos Boot the Door and Shout Through the Crack is going to make tonight on premieres. About maybe 50 of them, or what?
Oh, at least 50 of them from my stream. Probably 5 from Praise's stream, which Praise informed us is just fantastic. He's coming at me or something like that. So watch for that.
I'm going to watch those, and I'm going to watch Ben's mouse server videos. Yeah. Ben's on the planet again. Did he send you an email?
Yeah, he's under a different name, isn't he?
Oh, he's sneaking around. Yeah, you can't tell it's him. He's good at it.
Kenny, how did you get Andy so angry? His lips were quivering. He was just ready
Andy
to
doesn't get angry.
Blow up.
Because he had no idea. Because the narrative is out there that Smokey is in California and Smokey's this Josh guy. And so he got so thrown off base that Smokey and I were in the same room. Because the narrative has been such, and Praise has been a part of it, that now whoever this Josh is back in California, and they're so sure it's Smokey, but we're here with Will Kincaid, and we've got video evidence that we've been putting out in the last couple of days just to show how everybody's stupid. And they can't stand it. And I've been setting them up. And they fall for it every time I do a stream. It's amazing. I'm really not this smart. It's just that the YouTube world, I'm surrounded by dummies. Honest to God, I'm not this much of a genius. But because everybody around me is so dumb, I look like a genius.
Wow, Napa Shadaw's live too right now.
When we start realizing that most people in here are actors in their own game, then we'll be more sarcastic like use unit.
Oh, I'm only going to get worse.
I know that.
Oh yeah, they haven't seen anything yet. Oh no. Man, I'm just getting started. I'm just in day 5 of my coming after you, folks.
I have a feeling Kenny can get quite sarcastic.
It's just a gift of the Rhodesmen, we can be real assholes.
I'd like to dare anybody to go on Saw Knitter Studios live sometime. Even like Veckel or any of those guys. See if they can last on there for 5 minutes.
Like your relation, Randy Rhodes.
Why? What's
yes,
the issue?
I am related to Randy Rhodes. I don't know. I can't give the exact genealogical connection, but I do know the general connection.
I had a feeling you were.
That camera angle in one of your videos there, Kenny, you guys looked really small. Like Will Kincaid looked like a short ass, and you just looked even shorter.
Well, I was the guy holding the camera, so I never showed up in camera.
So
okay.
So you weren't holding the back. Okay.
Yeah, that's Smokey from the back with Will Kincaid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if they paid attention, they'll know it's Smokey because it's the same corduroy pants and the
Jamie
same
booted me out of his
shoes.
room. That's funny.
Yep, you're right. They did an earlier stream, and people that would pay attention, like Praise, who doesn't pay attention, he thought that I was I was the guy standing there like a big dodo. See, these people don't pay attention to anything, and they run with it. It's so fun to set up little breadcrumbs and watch them run like I don't even know what kind of word picture to give. Gnats, frogs, jumping all over the place, mad after
See, this is
insects.
where that term came from. When you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and me. This is where that term came from. Because people did this. People did things
exactly.
like this. Assume.
Yep.
Do you know Will Kincaid needs to be in a shampoo ad with hair looking like that?
Yeah, he does have night. Yeah, here he is.
I was like, man, that guy must go through a lot of conditioner.
Not only does he have great hair, he smells delicious when you give him a hug.
Are you stiffing his hair?
Just missed Andy.
You guys have any idea when the new Patriot broadcast is going to start with Olive and Sparrow?
We're all. What did he call us? We're all what?
Going to hell.
No,
Who said that?
He said something. It was an adjective. No, it was a noun. He called us all clowns or something, and that's why I went and got this.
Clown nose.
Nobody knows when that Patriot broadcast is going to start with Olive and Sparrow, do you?
No.
Dang. Do y'all know what it's like to handle somebody who's under 4'11" when they're pissed?
My great grandma was 4'10".
See?
My aunt is 4'8.5", and the half counts.
Nikki feels really betrayed by them, for real. I condition every day, shampoo once every 3 days. I use women's body wash.
Yeah, there's the trick.
I don't know about. I wonder if he's joking.
I just want to become a simp and a cuck now. That's all. Totally.
Dave, Dave, you already are.
Hey, Smokey says hi there, Dave.
What's up? Hi, Smokey. What did you say, Jace?
I said you already are those things, Dave. Come on.
I know. I'm getting better little by little.
So I'm 100% not joking.
Does he? Hey, Will, do you moisturize as well? Because I got some really good moisturizer here.
Cool. Moisturizing, that really does help.
You know what? Real men moisturize.
You know what I
Oh,
need?
it
Is
is
I need
extremely
Seagram
cold
7
outside.
to come to my channel with Andy and, give me some rebuke.
Listen, actually, Dave, you haven't been online for a while, I don't think, have you?
No, I'm hiding. I'm underground now. I'm news unit underground. Jesus, sounds like that guy in church sitting next to me in the pew.
Yeah, Smokey can't. I'm sorry, I didn't know I wasn't muted. Smokey can't handle this cold, very humid weather. It's killing him. He lives in the desert, and it's killing him.
I bet it's a wet humidity. He's used to that drier.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm from the Delta area, Central Valley Delta area, so we do have that high humidity, so we have a very
I don't
dry
know where that
heat in the
is that
summer.
like Northern California?
Basically San Francisco, and then drive an hour inward, and that's where I am.
Oh, okay.
Basically, yeah, I'm due east by about 60 miles from
South
San Francisco.
South Central.
Yeah, so I would be considered Central California, Northern California. Right, dab in the Delta Valley is what they call it. Stockton, Rio Vista, the Sacramento River, coming into the bay there, Stanislaus, Tuolumne, coming in. So, I mean, we have lakes and rivers surrounding us everywhere, not to mention all the reservoirs. So, the climate splits right between, this might be an interest of Dave. The climate splits right there at the San Joaquin River, and where the Stanislaus come in. I think they call it even Sturgeon's Bend, I think. But anyway, the Modesto, where I live part-time, it can be sunny and then raining in Manteca, which is just, 20 miles up the road. So it could be raining in Manteca, where I live half the time taking care of Aunt Ruth, and then sunny in Modesto. So it's really strange how the delta and delta breeze and temperatures and humidity, it just splits right there for some reason.
Yeah, Will's mentioning charcoal. I mean, charcoal is really good for your skin and your teeth.
Is that Andy? Is Andy back?
It looks like.
Yeah, Andy's back.
Oh, Andy's back. Your buddy Andy's back here. Smokey, you want to talk to him?
Smokey in there.
He doesn't.
Andy, how are you, brother? I'll see you in the fucking Lake of Fire.
I'll be there with you.
I'll be
We can hold
swimming
each
with you.
other's hands. That's where I'm going.
Can we go? Maybe we'll have a Ranger bass boat and a 300 horsepower Evinrude on the back. We can do some fishing.
Nice day here today.
You can send your drone out there and see if there's any bass underneath.
Hey, I've got it with me now. I'm gonna go and do some drone flying whilst I'm in Wantage. I've got to go and get my car tested mechanically. And whilst I'm out there, I'm gonna do some
Cypress
drone.
Island. Did you find John the beloved disciple over there or no?
I saw Barnabas though. Someone looked like Barnabas.
Oh, you were in Cyprus. That's right. You weren't in Patmos.
Yeah, nice place. It's all right. Not Patmos. No, it's in Paphos.
Where were you, in Cyprus?
Yeah, Cyprus. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice place. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, nice and warm.
I think an Anglican church there would be too orthodox for Andy, right?
Probably.
So did you ever get Ben to come on with you live and talk to you like a man or not?
If that's for me, Dave, I haven't had too many honest men come up and talk to me at all. They all are set on an agenda or a narrative, and you can't break them off that narrative to talk any kind of reason with them. It always goes back to, Smokey, yeah, show your face.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You're showing my face, and your people are always showing your ass.
Yeah, whilst you're on the subject, you know, I show my face. Everyone in here pretty much shows his face, apart from Andrew and Smokey. So yeah, come on, Smokey, get yourself on camera. Let's have a good old look at your
let's
your
do
chubby
it. Let's
cheek.
get her done.
Actually,
Come
that's
on,
a lie
do
right
it now.
there.
Come on, get
Thank
yourself
you,
on
guys.
camera.
Enough is
All right,
enough, man.
They want to see you
Come
on
on,
camera here,
Smokey.
so take your
Andy, this is an actual photo of me.
Take your hat off there. All right.
So he does show himself.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
that's it.
Hey, look at Dave.
All right,
Look at old
guys. Here,
Dave.
hold on. That's me. That's me. Hold on. Let's see here.
There we go.
Camera.
Let's have a look at Smokey then. Come on, Smokey.
Camera. Here we
Mike,
go. And
You can-
ladies and gentlemen,
Don't be a chicken.
there he is, right there. Say hi, Smokey.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm gonna lose connection in a minute, I think.
Yep, there's Smokey, ladies and gentlemen.
Gotta get
It's
some fuel. I
Smokey.
gotta get.
Here we go. There he is, Smokey.
Nothing's open around here. This is
See, there he is, guys. Now turn around, Smokey. So,
Hey, fuck your stupid state and all of the fact that everything closes at like 8. Fuck you and fuck your state.
Everything closes at 8 in New York.
Breaking up. I'm breaking up.
Dave's listening. Tell him his state.
In New York.
My audio is
we've heard
breaking up.
that
I'm
one
never
before.
gonna move here because nothing's ever open.
Come on, then.
Somebody get the paper.
Come on, we're all on camera here. Apart from
So,
Smokey. Come on, Smokey.
so guys, here's Smokey. This is me. This is me. See?
Come on, Smokey.
This is
You're the odd one out, mate. You're the odd one out.
Yeah. See, this is me and Smokey here, guys.
You don't.
Hi. Here, I'll do a Nicholas Whitmire.
Gee, that's the same
Hi.
outfit that y'all had
Hi.
at
Hi.
Will Kincaid's.
Well, the thing is
Can't
we're
see. Put
guys.
yourself on that big screen. Put yourself
we're on
on
a
big
road
screen
trip.
so we can have a good old gander.
We're on a road trip, and we don't like to do laundry. So yes, we are all wearing the same things we've been wearing for weeks now.
I want to see all in gold on the screen before I see smoking.
Yeah, fuck.
Apologize for my hair being disheveled.
So what's the good news there, Andy?
Yes, yeah.
So I thought I'd just give you the good news of how Smokey treats other people, and just to test the water to see what kind of reaction I would get. I thought, you would validate my behaviour, calling people cocksuckers and whores and trailer trash and bitches and all the rest of it.
But you are all of those things.
Huh? I thought you might validate my behaviour. I thought it was very Christian myself, because after all, we've got to follow the leader, which is obviously Smokey Saint. Not Jesus, by the way. We follow Smokey. Smokey is the modern day Jesus.
Hey guys, Smokey has an
Jesus
announcement.
was
Smokey has an
I'm
announcement.
gonna go and have a
Invisible
cigarette
God,
and
and
intake
Smokey.
nicotine into my lung cavities. Okay, why don't you all go make a big fucking fuss about that?
He's gonna go smoke
And
a
now
cigarette.
Smokey's like the invisible Jesus. Jesus is like the invisible God, and Smokey's like the invisible Jesus. And well, we got to obviously follow Smokey. Cocksucker!
Jesus was very visible.
You're a cocksucker! Cocksucker!
I'm falling asleep with the microphone.
You know, you're really good at putting other people's words in your mouth, Andy.
Have you had your cock sucked by any blokes lately, Smokey? Apart from obviously Kylo Ken, does he give a good blowjob? That's what I want to know. Do you give a good blowjob, Kylo Ken?
Get it right.
Look at the incredible, loving racer, everyone. I hope you guys don't get it.
Well, you're the one who says it. You said that you had your cock sucked by a bloke at some point. I mean, wow.
Right? Well,
What's the matter, Andy? Are you having an off day? Andy, did you wet the bed last night?
You're condemning me for, Andy. That makes all the sense in the world.
Cocksucker! Cocksucker!
You need to get yourself a parrot, Andy. Get a parrot and teach it how to say that shit. Name him Smokey.
Cocksucker!
Yeah.
You know what? Any credibility that you had with the Andy is in the negatives now. Thank you.
That's okay. Not a problem. Yeah, it was probably there anyway, but thanks for putting that right out there. That's really done you a whole world of good, isn't it?
Well, I don't even lay weight to anything that you're saying.
Hey, look,
actually.
It's exactly what Smokey says. I'm giving you a piece of Smokey. You ought to be like, falling down and paying me homage or something. I'm acting the same way Smokey acts. You all love Smokey, but you ought to be loving me.
Yeah, the problem is, Andy. Andy, it doesn't work for you though. That's the thing. It just doesn't work for you, man.
You're a fat faggot. You're a sycophantic moron. Trailer trash. Cocksucker.
It's about jealousy of smoke.
I'm just giving you some Smokey. No, you should be really impressed with that.
This is really about jealousy.
You should be validating me now. Cocksuckers.
It's absolutely.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
I'm
amazing.
Get my cock sucked by a bloke at some point today, I reckon.
Get my own man jealous of Smokey, but they really
I
are.
get my cock sucked by some bloke later. That'll get me like
this is
Smokey.
absolutely possible. I thought that no, there's no way. I got to be being punked. There's no way that grown men could act like that.
Following in Smokey's footsteps.
This is great fellowship.
Please just continue on there, Andy, because all you're doing, there's lots of people watching it for obvious reasons. Everybody wants to kind of know the truth about what's going on. Like a lunatic you're under talking me, Andy. As Kenny got off the deep end, so it's like this issue of Lord, let those who serve the Lord be known, and let those who are lunatics be known. Thank you, Andy, for showing that you're on the side of Praise I Am and Ryan and Thick Shades and Bruce and all those people. You guys are birds of a flock together. Oh, I don't need a taste of Smokey. I've been living with them for about a month now. You don't think he's yelled at me and cussed me out? So there you go. I accept you. I do accept you, Andy. I accept you.
I'm a cocksucker. A sycophantic moron.
You're just showing that your true character. You guys talk about me, yeah.
Validate Satanist.
I focus for actually getting something done in order to reveal the lunacy out there. So thank you, Andy. This is amazing. Presence daily, hour upon the hour from the Lord.
That's exactly
the
what
lunacy
Smokey does.
I'm
replicated Smokey.
People come in and they say how I'm so bad. I help Smokey, and then they actually
didn't.
They actually reflect Smokey's and only disqualify themselves according to their own actions. They come in putting me down how to help Smokey not to do this, and then they turn around and do the very same things that they shun me for telling me that I should tell Smokey not to do that. I'm not Smokey's mommy. So Andy, you're showing yourself just to be a real turd.
Do you validate underage sex? Do you validate underage having sex with a 13-year-old? Because I know that you said that you did. Do you still hold that position?
Andy, once again,
Do you
this
still hold
is
that
absolute
position that having
lunacy.
sex with a 13-year-old
I never held that
validated?
position because you guys are actually misrepresenting.
Yes,
I
you
was
did.
arguing from a
Yes, you
principle.
have.
If you would like me to explain
No,
it to
yes,
you,
you
Mr.
have.
Ding Dong,
When you're talking
don't
to
ask a
Rob
question if you don't want the frickin' answer, Mr. Ding Dong.
When
I'm
you
giving
were
you the
talking to
answer.
Rob Reed,
I was arguing
said
from
that.
the issue of general
You
law, that which is
having
known
sex
through creation,
with a
that which is
13-year-old.
biological. See, you don't want the answer,
Now,
Andy.
why would you
You
do
don't want the
that?
answer. Once again, thank you once again for showing
Why would
me
you do that?
how dishonest you
Hey,
are.
Andy.
You
Andy,
ask the question
Two
and then you
people.
don't want the answer.
Two
You're
people
dishonest,
validated.
Andy. You are
You're
actually
smoking.
showing everybody and you don't know it. So you're
You're
losing your
losing it,
mind right
Kenny.
now because
Calm down.
you're
you
showing
guys
everybody. I was getting ready to answer it, but you're over talking and now I can't answer it. I was going to tell you exactly what my argument was for clarification, but you guys are so dishonest that you actually don't want to know what I meant. You want to misrepresent what I meant. That's dishonest, Andy.
You guys dare me to make a broadcast title "Cuff 'em and Fuck 'em"?
Tell me now. What did you mean? Tell me now.
Sure, Dave.
No, you lost the chance now.
Tell me now.
No, you don't deserve it now. You did want it before. You did want it before. No, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways, Andy. You can't have it both ways. You can't say you can't just blab, 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 and then I put you in your spot, and then now you respond and then expect me to explain it to you when you never really wanted to know what I meant in the first place. You guys are about a narrative and misinformation. So I don't throw my pearls before swine.
You froze.
Oh.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of lunacy and idiocy that is rampant on the kind of young earth Christian with zero ethics, zero ability to even get around in life and ethically make decisions that. What's that?
I just said I'm tired.
Oh, he's gone now.
Hey, he froze.
It's crazy. I mean, these people are absolutely crazy. And you think, and it's like they think that their opinion is equal to mine. They don't want truth. Therefore, their opinions are not equal to mine. I truly want truth. He asked the question. I go to give him an answer. He undertalks me.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want the truth. They don't want answers. They want a narrative, and they want to take somebody down who's embarrassed them.
I woke up in
That's all it's about. Yeah, Andy claims to be a good Christian man. That's for sure. Loving Christian, right, Andy? Loving Christian. That's it. He's a loving guy.
Mm-hmm.
Play some Ben 7 videos so we can watch his mouse go across the screen.
Well, Kenny, you did it again, mate. You just bring up the best in him.
Oh, he's back.
Some people just never learn, you know.
Tell me the good news there, Andy.
Yes,
what do I do?
don't they? Yeah, Smokey never learns.
Are you going to play nice now, Andy?
Even when you show him from scripture that he's wrong.
Yeah, you. Show your face. Yeah,
Oh
you.
my God, is he still whining?
Yeah, he's still whining.
Yeah, just calling you out for the shit that you are. Nothing wrong with that. Letting everyone know what a fucking charlatan you are.
Let me say, oh, there we go. F word, more F word, and he's still safe. Sure. Okay, so let's talk.
I'm catching you up, mate. Don't even fucking go there. I'm catching you up, mate. I'm telling you. People are gunning for you. You won't. There's only two people who validate having sex with 13-year-olds. You and Kenny. Now, why would
Yeah,
that be?
that never happened. I didn't do that.
Why would you validate
Never
having
happened.
sex with 13-year-olds? Yes, you
I
fucking
didn't.
did.
I didn't.
Can I call
Actually,
Hillbilly? No, I'm just
here,
kidding.
let me tell you guys a real quick thing about what an evil reprobate Andy is.
Try and
real
call
quick.
it something, Dave.
Could I call
So-
Hillbilly and see what he thinks about sex with?
So
13-year-olds?
here's how that works. That's not me, but let me tell you. Let's just
Go
use
for it,
critical
Dave.
thinking
Don't
for just
fucking
a
work.
moment.
It don't work.
Let's use critical thinking for just a
Simply,
moment.
it
do it
doesn't
honest, man.
fucking work.
Let's use critical thinking for just a moment. I know Andy doesn't have any,
Oh, this
but let's
oh,
use it for just a
careful
moment.
now. You might actually come to
Andy,
some
if
truth
you're not
you
going
do
to
that.
let me talk, I'm going to have to put you in the back. Okay? I don't want to, but if you're just going to keep running your mouth every time someone else tries to talk, I'm going to have to. Okay? Now you've laid some charges and some accusations which you can't support. You're an evil, vile, wicked demon for doing so, but let's entertain it for a moment. Okay? Let's entertain it for a moment. Okay? The original charges for that person was 8 stack deep, 8 charges, okay? They ended up settling for 1, okay? And the one they settled for had nothing to do with physical contact whatsoever. None.
Nice.
None. It's text messages. That's what ended up being settled for. And do you know why?
You seem to know a lot about this, don't you? You seem to know a lot about
So
this
no.
particular
So he
case.
doesn't know.
I wonder
So he doesn't
why.
know. Well, I'll tell you what, Andy, have you done any research at all on that person or the charges or what they represented at all?
My
I'm gonna take
internet's
that
not very
as no.
good, sorry.
I'm going to take that as
how's the
okay,
pla-
so let me
Very good.
explain
I'm
something.
getting
Let's
bad
use critical
internet.
thinking. Let's use critical thinking for just a moment, okay? They basically had 8 charges deep based upon placing that guy there at that time or trying to, right? They failed to do that. So if they could have placed him there at that time for physical contact, they would have made all 8 stick. But they couldn't, so they didn't. So that's not what it's about. Okay, so that person was never convicted nor charged ultimately with anything to do with any physical contact with that person at all. Okay, because it couldn't ultimately be proven. All right, so you're just lying and slandering now
You seem to know a lot
for the
about
sake
this
of your
case,
own
don't
benefit.
you?
See,
You seem to know a lot
here's the
about
thing.
it.
Here's the beautiful thing about it, Andy. It's not me, but even if it was, you're now guilty of lying and slandering against that person. See how beautiful that works for you? Now, second of all, I would like to remind everyone of my prophecy earlier this year. I said, because Andy Cap and his friends are such detestable, demonic scumbags, we only had to wait and watch. And they would eventually turn around and start consuming each other. And that's exactly what happened. Andy lost all of his friends, exactly as I predicted would happen. He would turn around one day, and all of a sudden, all of his friends would be ripping him apart. And that's exactly what's happened. Because even they, as disgusting and detestable and demonic as they are, will not accept Andy's disgusting, foul universalist doctrine. They all hated it. They hated it for the longest time, but you know what? They were willing to ignore it as long as Andy was useful. Once Andy was no longer useful, they threw him right under the bus because he's a piece of shit. And that's where he belongs, frankly, is under the bus and in the trash can. And that's exactly where his friends put him. His friends, his supposed quote unquote friends, now that he has no use, have just been ridiculing and mocking him because he's a worthless, sad, pathetic little man. So he has to lie and slander, number one. He has to lie and slander. Even if it was me, he's still getting it wrong and lying and slander. That's number one. Number two, he has no friends. No one loves him. Every human being in his life simply tolerates him. Everyone that Andy ever comes across openly hates him. And if you ever need proof of it...
Nobody loves me! Oh, Smokey! I know you...
And if you only need proof of it, all you need do is look at the fruits of his existence. Look at the fruits of the existence of Andy Cap. Look how miserable and lonely he is. Even his only friends he could get, which, by the way, were on.
Nobody loves me!
The only friends he could ever get have now thrown him under the bus for his damnable universalist doctrine. So do you see it? Do you see it?
Oh, what a fucking facade! What an act! Fucking huge.
By the way, Andy's still talking. He has no idea he's in the back.
Shalom. Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Kevin. Loads of fun.
Happy times, happy days.
Oh yeah. These happy days are
Sometimes-
yours and my happy days.
Sometimes I wonder
G'day,
if
Andrew.
the real world.
I'm going back to bed. Good night, all.
Hey, Kevin.
Falling
Hey,
asleep over
hey Kevin.
Shalom.
I haven't
I just
met you
got up, I don't
before.
know, I'm just
Are you not
checking my
normally on
subscriptions.
Fraser's channel?
Huh?
Oh, I used to be.
What
I
happened
used to
there?
be, yeah.
Good night.
What happened?
Oh, I got shunned.
Are you an Australian?
No. I'm from New Zealand.
Oh man, true. Oh, I got that wrong, didn't I?
That's all right. Me and Graham, me and
Whereabouts in
Andrew
New-
always get
whereabouts-
mistaken.
Yeah, whereabouts in New Zealand are you?
Auckland City.
You've got a real twang though.
I have.
Wow.
Yeah, you
Good to
have.
see you, Gavin. Good to see all of y'all. Yeah.
You know how I know that?
Smokey, just
Because
keep
I'm
on.
Ship, are you heading off?
I'm from Rotorua.
Oh, you're from Rotorua. Good one.
That's where I live. Whoopsie, I just doxed myself.
Andrew,
I
are you
the
from?
other day, I think.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay.
Andrew, are you from Melbourne? Or am I wrong?
No. Go 9 hours north. Well, more than that. 11 hours driving time north. Go to Brisbane.
North. Sydney.
Go to Brisbane.
Oh, Brisbane. Okay, you're in Brisbane. Oh,
It's
sorry.
9 hours to Sydney and about 11 or 12 to Melbourne. I forget exactly. Never done it.
I got you. I hear you.
I love.
I was born in Sydney, ironically.
Wow.
Sydney's a hole.
Oh, yeah. I know. My brother went back. Or one brother went back. He didn't have many options up here.
Is Kenny or Smokey handy? Handy to the mic?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Ah, Kenny. There's good news coming your way tomorrow.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I'll
You'll
look
be a happy pastor.
Good deal. Good deal. I think I know what it is. And if you want me to guess at it, or just give you a little wink, I think I know what it is.
I want to try and build the anticipation, Dr. Kenny.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I don't feel anticipated at this stage though. Can you share a little bit?
No, but that would kind of ruin it. Ruin it for Dr. Kenny.
Well, I'm in the dark.
He hasn't won a lotto, has he?
No, my guess is that there's been some pastors that have seen what I'm doing, and I think there may be one, possibly even two, coming out and commending me for my conduct.
Oh, New Zealand pastors. Great. Good.
Well, I beg to differ. They're not
That's
all
just
good.
Yes, that's
Well,
what I'm
could
saying.
be.
That's
Could be. Could be good, could be bad. Take the good with the bad, I suppose. I've learned that one.
It's not Brian Tamaki, is it?
Brian Tamaki, no.
Not him. Thank God for that.
It's not going to be Brian Houston. He's no longer a pastor.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird, Andrew. Can you give me the really pithy, abbreviated version of why that imploded?
I believe it had something to do with, how shall we say it, lots of things that we've been talking about on here that a certain other person has been accused of, and he got found guilty of it.
Okay.
That wasn't Brian, though.
Sexual
Wasn't that his father, though?
No, that was him. His father was okay. This was him.
Not what I heard.
Anyway.
Frank Houston.
Well, maybe his father was bad, but this is Brian Houston, who has recently been removed from the leadership of Hillsong.
Wow.
For sexual reasons.
Yeah, I know what it's about. Yeah. About time.
It is. I wish the same thing would happen over to Bethel, but hey, that's the way it goes. Bill Johnson's been an idiot for too long.
And that's the problem with counterfeit Christianity. It always seems to surface in sexual natures, it seems.
Well, I don't know, but I mean that's what news was reporting. So I can only go on what gets reported, since I have very little to do with Hillsong anyway.
I'm amazed that it took as long as it did to come out, to be honest, because that's been going on for years.
Oh, it has been. Yeah, definitely. But hey, that's the state of the church in Australia. We must point the finger and we must remove.
Whatever happened to loving the sinner but hating your own sin?
I think he loved more than the sin.
And he's back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Andy.
Hi, Andy.
Oh, back out of backstage prison. I'm out of backstage prison. Hey, that seemed like it was an Ionios.
Did you get a meal?
Yes.
Did you get a meal while you were there?
An Ionios.
No, but I got shagged up the arse by Smokey.
Even though he was in backstage prison, and you gave it to him up the butt, he says.
Yeah, Smokey took me up the butt. He raped me. Smokey raped me. I dropped the soap, and before you know it, Smokey got straight in there. I didn't have a chance.
What were you
didn't
in
have
prison
a chance to even tighten my arse. He was right in there. He was giving it large.
What were you in prison for, Andy?
Oh, Kenny put me in prison for no reason at all. Apparently, he just chucked me in prison, backstage prison.
You know, I would like to
like
remind
the
everyone.
lake of fire. It was like the lake of
I
fire.
would like to remind everyone that a little while ago, I had prayed that Andy Cap would lose his mind. And now look what's going on right now.
In actual fact, I've come to it. I've come to the realization that you're a lost cause, Smokey. And have been for a while. And I'm looking at new cars because I might have to buy a new car soon.
I didn't know.
What kind of car am I going to get? Should I get another Mercedes, do you reckon, or a BMW? Or even a Volvo?
Beautiful. Yeah, reprobation. Once God has delivered you to your judgment, He blesses you in your error so that you make sure you go to heaven.
Well, you would know all about judgment, Smokey, wouldn't you?
Well, as any Christian, actual Christian, we're supposed to be able to judge righteously.
Not many in here. But four doctors, Kenny, and yourself, of course, Smokey. We're following you. You got to teach me some new words, like cocksucker, like fuckwit, and what's the other ones? Fat faggot, sycophantic moron. You're going to burn in hell. You're a murderer. You're a soul murderer. That's probably the word.
Yes,
I think my internet's better around here, actually. I might lose it. Yeah. Hash browns.
I mean, I'll just let him run his mouth till he's
cloud. He left that one off. That's one of my favorites.
Oh,
what you guys are seeing?
Which hang on, turn the volume up. What's it again?
Trash cloud.
Hash browns. Oh, hash cloud. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that one there as well. Forgot about that one. And there's probably a lot of
So
one
what
I've
you guys
forgotten
are
about.
seeing?
I need to read my smoky Bible. I've got to read my smoky Bible to get.
Okay. So what you guys are seeing right now is an answered prayer that Andy Cap would lose his mind so that he wouldn't be able to murder other people. And that is literally what you're seeing.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. These prayers work, people. I've completely lost my mind. I've gone completely doolally because now I say cocksucker and trash clown and all the rest of it like a certain hate preacher on the internet does. And that's been doing for 2 years. And I called him out, along with other people. Apparently that makes us evil and bad.
Well, if you condemn something...
I'm evil and I'm a demon because I called somebody out.
Okay. So if you condemn something and then you do it,
yeah.
What do we call that, ladies and gentlemen? Right. What's the word of the day?
Well, reverse it on yourself.
Hypocrite would be the
reverse it on yourself. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror, Mr. Smokey, because you're doing exactly the same thing. And that's fact.
No, but
I don't mean it, but you do.
No.
I don't mean it, but you do, sir.
Andy,
and you call yourself a Christian by calling people
Andy, stop talking.
Hell and bitches and slaves and sluts and all the rest of it.
Okay. All right, here's the issue, okay? See, I don't have an issue with it, but Andy does, okay? So I'm not the one taking the moral high ground against it. Andy is.
I think Jesus does as well. Jesus has an issue with it as well.
If you unmute yourself one more time, I'm going to put you in the back if you don't let me finish my statement. I know you're losing, but you have to do so graciously.
Yeah.
Okay?
I've lost. So I'll go now. Bye. Bye.
All right, I moved him away. He can say goodbye for the rest of the time. So here's the issue. So here's where it doesn't work. Now, I've tried to explain this to Andy so many times that now I am convinced that he has lost his mind, that God has answered my prayer and delivered him truly into the recognition that not only is he reprobate, headed straight to hell, but God is now stacking his judgment against him. Okay? And here, let me explain this to you very, very briefly. Okay? See, I don't take a moral problem with calling gutter trash as gutter trash. Okay? Spade is spade. I've said this since day one. Got no issue with it. What I do have an issue with is someone coming to me and condemning that and then doing the exact same thing. See, it's not my hypocrisy, it's theirs. I'm not the one making a big moral, show about certain words or terminology or dialectic or phrasing. It's not my thing. I don't do that, okay? I leave it alone. I let people express themselves as they want. However, if you've been condemning me for the better part of 2 years, whining and complaining about my dialectic, saying it's wrong and it's evil and it's improper, then what I should expect to see is you wouldn't dare in a million years employ the same dialectic. That's what I would expect to see, okay? It's not my hypocrisy, it's Andy's. I'm not the one trying to make a moral show of it, okay? Andy is. So when Andy wants to make a moral show of it and says it's wrong, it's evil, it shows that someone is going to hell, all of that type of noise, okay? But then he turns around and just starts doing it, okay? That's what we call pure idiotic hypocrisy. And I do believe that this is a sign that indeed Andy Cap is reprobate, okay? He's unsavable, all right? He can't possibly change from his path of error. I think God has delivered him to the strong delusion, okay? So Andy is going to go straight to hell, where he's going to burn and scream for eternity because he deserves it. Trust me, he does. He's murdered plenty of souls in his life. He's a psychopath, okay? So don't think he doesn't deserve it. Just don't see the, the sweet old man image. That's not what's going on there, okay? That is a disgusting soul murdering psychopath. And you should treat him as such, lest you also be caught off guard, okay? So that's the primary. Second of all, now Andy Cap is basically going around attempting to employ what I do, claiming it's evil. Ladies and gentlemen, we call that hypocrisy, okay? And directly against Scripture. Because if Andy's calling it evil, what does the Bible say? Don't repay evil for evil. That's what the Bible says. But Andy has about as much respect for the Bible as he does toilet paper, okay? Which is why he treats it so shamefully, Okay, so his desire to want to posture moral just completely defeats and destroys every bit of his common high ground here. Okay, and so Andy is a raging hypocrite, an immoral, psychopathic, soul-murdering demon. And what you just saw tonight, ladies and gentlemen, was the revelatory fruits of those facts. That no one can really handle Andy that much. Everyone despises Andy, but he is tolerated for a season for his usefulness. If you can get Andy to join you in a cause to attack someone, well, then maybe you'll be able to stifle down his universalism long enough to make use of the worthless gutter trash that he is. He doesn't have a lot of use, but showing up in a corner and backing up someone who will temporarily back up his universalism is something that they will employ and something that they will be okay with. But now that Andy has outlived his usefulness, he is thrown into the garbage, like the trash that he is, by even his own friends, as you have seen recently. Okay, so the only thing he has left is lies, slanders, and doing the very thing that he himself claims is evil. Okay, and that is Andy Cap, wicked, vile, demonic little rodent who hates scripture, clearly, because he doesn't listen to it. He really doesn't. He rejects, rebels, and twists scripture to his whim. Okay, and Andy Cap, if he doesn't repent, and I believe he can't. Now I believe Andy Cap isn't capable of repentance. I believe that God has actually denied it to him. I believe that Andy Cap probably has murdered too many souls, and the rage and wrath of God actually reigns over his head, sitting, and now has delivered him into his path to make sure that he continues to stack up judgment for himself every single day. And I do think that's what happens to many reprobates. I don't think you'll just be struck dead. I think God will say that he will just deliver you to your path. And every day that you draw breath out of your rancid, disgusting, Satan-sucking mouth, you will just earn for yourself increased judgment for all of eternity. And I do believe that God sees fit in that, lest his judgment be unfair. But we all know that God's judgment is fair and right and just. And he is judging Andy Cap as you see him right now in front of us, that he has delivered him to a path of believing that he can't possibly be wrong. He's delivered him to that strong delusion he can't possibly change. And God's wrath stands over Andy, building up until the final day where he lets it all rip on him. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for that in the future, because then you will see the true justice of our holy God being laid out. I'll yield.
The wedding for that chapter spring, actually.
That's real nice, Kenny. Thank you. I actually wanted chili, but thank you.
He basically just destroyed his whole life's work in one foul swoop. Everything that he stands for.
Yeah,
everything.
just about. By the way, good to see you, Jace. How you been, man?
Yeah, good, man. Good, yeah. Just watching the shit show.
Well,
hey,
it's always a shit show if Smokey's there, right?
Yeah, well, it's one way to accept
it always is.
You know, I don't go after these people anymore. They keep coming back here. This isn't me. I'm not even trying to poke stuff with Andy anymore. He just can't help himself because he's an obsessed little demon troll.
Something's made him very, very angry. That's for sure.
Well, Andy doesn't like the fact that
it's bliss.
Andy doesn't like the fact that every single person he's ever convinced, if any, he has murdered their soul, and that God is going to judge him for that for all of eternity. The reminder of that makes him very angry.
Do you know what? Someone with that much anger, I really do feel sorry for them. I know I probably shouldn't, but I actually do. You can just see how angry and bitter and twisted, you know, someone like that becomes. You can see it all over him.
Unfortunately, that's the way it goes for some people.
You know what? And that's why people die young. They get so old so quickly. You know, they get so angry and bitter, and it affects them physically, and they end up in a very sorry state.
Or just does it goes beyond the physical? It starts to affect them mentally, and once you lose your mind, that's it.
Well, it starts spiritually, then mentally, and then physically is normally how it goes. I've seen it. Yeah.
And the ironic thing is, people think it's actually beneficial for them.
What, to be angry and bitter?
Yeah, sometimes. It's a reason. Sorry.
I was just said I've seen it in people fairly close to me, and it just makes people absolutely miserable, and they just lose all hope, and they just lose any joy that they had, and they just become a shell of their former selves. This is why the Bible says, don't hold on to anger and bitterness and envy and all these things, because it will be your downfall.
Yep. I watched my brothers drive wedges between my family, my parents, myself, my sister, her family. And there was not a thing I could do about it.
You tell them all to get stuffed, mate, and grow up. You could tell them that.
Oh, I do that, but they come back for more, and then they exhibit their control freakishness, and if worse comes to the worst, they will take over my financial situation all of a sudden. That's why I'm trying to stay away from them, as far away from them as I can. Not my sister's family, obviously, but, my parents still claim Christianity, my sister still claims Christianity, but both brothers claim atheism, so half their friends contain ex-Christians, and some of their friends are still Christians. Sadly, they also contain some ex-pastors.
I like the name on your avatar, Andrew.
Came up with that one the other day. Expensive Grace has been something I've been working on as an addition to Tulip.
Beautiful.
Because what I see praise doing is cheapening grace. And I do think we need a wake-up call.
You know what, man? I actually think it's too late for most. I think, the end is in play here as far as revelations go, and we just need to be ready.
So
need to be ready.
I think so too. I hope The Chosen lasts as long as it does. They've got some great one-liners in that one.
Who is that?
It's a series called The Chosen. It's a crowd-funded look at the life of Jesus whilst he's on earth. So the 3 years of his ministry and the gathering of his disciples. It's a free app, and it's had 2 series already. But they've got merchandise, and they've got stuff like they set up the miracles, the miracles that Christ did, the wedding at Cana, John 5 with the paralytic at the pool of Bethsaida. They just, they give you an insight into it. It's one of the quotes is from the pool of John 5 and the Bethsaida. Basically, it's Jesus is walking away, and he says, "You know what, boys? Sometimes you got to stir the waters."
What's Auckland like at the moment, Gavin?
Oh, it's pretty average. We've just had our Easter, and we've had overcast, drizzly sort of rain. Nothing fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, it's bucketing it down here in Rotorua. It's shocking.
Oh wow!
Well, Brisbane had floods about a month ago.
You ever been to Rotorua, Gavin?
Yeah. Yep.
The only reason I know of it is because of a Maori folk song, I think.
Yeah, we've got quite a high Māori population in this town. I don't really know what to say about that, other than we do have high crime rate here.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a metal band who sing in Maori now, Alien Weaponry. They're not Christian, but it's a good band.
Never heard of them.
I think they named themselves after some computer weaponry system. The first song is all about getting the Bible into Maori, into New Zealand.
Okay, so one more thing about Andy, by the way, for everyone, just to take this with you, since he brought up the whole rape word. Did I tell you guys the story of how Andy tried to emotionally rape a young woman in trauma? Do you guys want to hear that story?
Please
sure. Why not?
Okay, so there was this girl. Her name is Sabella, right? And Sabella has had some medical stuff. Pray for her. But one of the things she struggled with was an overwhelmingly abusive mother who would basically just beat the trash out of her every single day, right? From when she was very young until she was much older. And she despised her mother for it. Incredibly abusive, right? Well, eventually her mother dies, okay? And so Sabella is dealing with that in the sense of basically kind of rejoicing that, and I don't think she's completely a God believer. I think she might be agnostic or something. But in her mind, she's kind of thinking, well, at least if there is a God, her horrible, disgusting, violent, hateful mother is finally facing some justice, right? Kind of one of those last little slivers of like potential hope to the existence of a creator. So Andy Capp, the emotional rapist, and by the way, we have a few of these in our community, which we'll cover eventually. But Andy Capp, the emotional rapist, goes to her and attempts to leverage the death of her mother to try and murder her soul. And the way he does this is he goes to her and he says, well, take heart, Sabella. Your mother is in the gracious arms of our Lord and Savior right now with comfort and peace. Now, you can imagine Sabella having dealt with a lifetime of abuse and hatred from her mother. That's actually a pretty unsavory thing to hear. And that caused her to not only despise Andy, but even despise the God that Andy was speaking of. His typical method of emotionally abusing and raping young women basically ended up backfiring on him on that moment. Now, I know it's worked for him several times before. He's been a very successful emotional rapist in the past. But this particular time it backfired on him, and it highlighted how disgusting and perverse his methodology actually is, to attempt to leverage people's life circumstances that are painful, that are difficult, to try and basically lead them into a path of destruction and to murder their souls. So be careful with Andy or sharing any trauma, because he will take that and attempt to use it to destroy you. And so when Andy brings up certainly things or offenses of other people, remember you're dealing with someone who tries to spiritually rape other human beings, which I think is actually at some measures a manner worse than any other form of physical rape in many regards. So that is Andy Capp. That is purely who Andy Capp is down at his soul level. He is a violator, a spiritual violator, and an opportunistic spiritual rapist of anyone that gets close to him. I just wanted to make that clear. One more story for you guys. There we go.
Yeah, that's a hide and a half.
Do you have any examples of that we know about?
I thought he just gave one, didn't he?
I don't know of that one. Is there any others? Other than what we've just seen this evening.
Oh, of Andy's behavior?
Yeah.
Just anywhere. I mean, he made a video against Will's unborn kid.
Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
And basically had a pram going around and spewing evil on people. Which was a dumb move. I will say was a very dumb move.
Yeah. Maybe I just sometimes maybe extend too much grace to people, but any credibility that he may have had with me is way down now. I mean, just hypocrisy was at a whole nother level tonight, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, to speak the way, the very thing that he's dead against, it just makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, and look, the fact that he thinks that the abuser is going to be in the arms of God, I can't see how that would even come anywhere near it. Because he wants to think that his father's in heaven too at the same time. Like, you work your way through hell and eventually you get to heaven. That's what he likes to say.
Yeah,
which is not even spiritual. Because by that logic, my atheistic grandfather is floating his way through hell and he's going to be in heaven. I know. I wouldn't want that. Neither would he, actually.
The problem is, man, to practice something that you absolutely despise, and that and that you've stood against your whole life, to come on here and publicly do that very thing is just it's just mind-boggling, really.
Yep.
Really makes you think.
Is. Well, it does make you think twice before you interact with them, right?
Well, you know what? Like I said, as far as I'm concerned on here, mate, we're all, you can play the game, you can be whoever you like, really, and, and no one's any the wiser.
Well, you can actually hide quite a bit.
Yeah.
I've just started reading a book called Genesis Unbound by John Sailhammer.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole book, it's not a long book, just 220 pages. But Sailhammer's a well-regarded scholar, and he talks about interpreting Genesis 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Now, I'm reading it for a purpose, and the purpose is that I don't believe Smokey and Dr. Kenny are dishonest at all. So, with the low view that Dr. Kenny and Smokey have of YECism, and rightly so, in my opinion, and rightly so. I think they bring more discredit to Christianity than good. I want to get as much info on my side as I can. Well, I'd love to debate them.
Well, the legal standpoint is what gets to me.
The legal standpoint in regard to, can you be a bit more specific?
Oh, sorry. So in the book, the book I was mentioning the other day, Jace. It's basically a legal look at the beginnings of the creationist movements, having to start up their own, for lack of a better word, peer review things to have their journals to publish their works in, because nobody was publishing their works.
Yeah. Okay.
And so to have organizations that would also support them in environments where they could actually do this. Basically, the whole what's the word I want? In America, it started with a whole legal thing, like there was a law passed in a particular county and a particular state, and it was actually only signed under the presumption that it would never actually be used, and that was eventually repealed in I think 1968. So it was brought in the 1920s, and it was repealed in 1968. In the law was actually repealed. And of course, Philip E. Johnson does a better job of explaining it because he's a lawyer, he's a professor at law.
Is he a theist?
Yes, he is. His book, the book is called Darwin on Trial.
Oh, very good. Very good.
But he died in 2014, so...
Okay.
But it was written in response to the God delusion.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
Back in the 90s. I've got my edition is the 20th anniversary with a forward by Michael Behe.
Oh, well done. That sounds like a good score.
Yeah.
I bet you devoured that book, Andrew.
I did, and I underlined it, and I can remember bits and pieces of it, but
very good.
My mind's not what it used to be.
Yeah, I know. that will happen more frequently and for longer periods. Something for you to look forward to.
I didn't mean to hijack the room.
No.
But I would recommend it too, because it does have a lot of good sinking quotes in it.
What's the name of the book?
Darwin on Trial.
Okay. Philip E. Johnson. Darwin on Trial.
I think he was a professor of law at Berkeley.
Okay.
If I remember rightly.
Sounds good.
I ordered it the same day, and I got it it came with my John MacArthur New King James Version.
Oh, really?
Yep. Because I was looking for a decent Bible. Mine was falling to pieces.
Are you a Calvinist?
I have been in the heavily Calvinist churches. Let's just say that way. I've been Presbyterian. I've been in my really early last couple of years in Sydney. We were not higher Anglican. We were evangelical Anglican. I was part of the Westminster Presbyterian Church as well.
Yeah.
And I've been around the Baptist, so I don't know if I completely agree with all of Tulip,
Right.
But, I've been taught it.
Yeah. That guy Johnson's name for that book, what was his first name?
Philip.
Philip Johnson. Okay.
Yeah, Philip E. Don't know what he is, and I think he might be a double L.
Okay. I'll suss him out. I've got a TTS book reader now. I mean, how lazy am I? I don't even have to read books. I just put them on my phone and someone reads them to me. My God.
I tried that one, but it got too expensive.
Oh, this was free. This is a free download.
Yeah, but with the books, you have to pay for the other books.
Yeah. Well, I haven't paid for anyone yet. I seem to get a lot through Jesse. He seems to get his hands on them.
Yeah, you got to have a contact, but then I've got to be cautious with those. If the person is alive, I'd still rather give them the money than anything else.
Yeah, true. Good point.
The first book that I bought, theologically speaking, was Willing to Believe by R.C. Sproul Sr.
Okay. Wow.
So,
wow.
That just takes you right through basically everything from Calvin back up. Pelagius and Augustine, semi-Pelagianism, Calvin, Edwards, a couple of other theologians that are in there, Arminius.
Yeah.
It was a tough read, and I've only managed to read it through twice.
What's your position on unconditional election?
Well, what can we do about that? Is it man? Can man choose God, or is it that that God chooses man? Back up the God chooses man because of sin.
So unconditional election seems to me that God, the way the Calvinists presented is that God already knows before the foundations of the earth.
Oh, that's predestination.
Who will be saved and who will perish.
Yeah, he does. It does seem to be that way. It is unfortunate, but the more I see Christians fall away, the more I'm convinced that, too bad for them.
Oh, Christians lose their faith. There are Christians lose their faith every day.
Yeah. Gary Habermas was trying to find out if there were any books written on doubt. He couldn't find any, so he wrote 3.
Oh, really?
Yep. Because he went through quite a traumatic experience, losing his wife very early on from cancer.
Oh, dear.
And he had a big shuffle with his faith then.
Yeah.
And, of course, he is famous for his minimal facts argument.
Correct.
It's also portrayed in the movie of Lee Strobel's life.
Ah, okay.
Which was, put out a few years ago now.
Interesting.
Which is a very interesting view to hold in it, because, in the middle of it, they go into Carry On Wayward Son from Kansas, so it's very good.
Yeah. Very good.
I was the only one in my church who recognized it too.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
John Elefante is actually a Christian too.
Gotcha.
For a time, he fronted Kansas.
Has this stream been going for 5 hours?
Yep. I came in at about the 2-hour mark or somewhere around there.
Goodness
and
me.
I missed a lot before it.
Wow. I wish I'd been I wish I'd been more onto it.
Well,
I mean, I came
been entertaining.
Sorry. Yeah, well, I mean, I came from a LPP thing to this. Ironically, Jamie Russell was there too, but you know, bygones be bygones and all that.
You know, we got to realize, you know, when we're on here, and you know, and certain, you know, like Kenny and you know, and being a minister and stuff is, you know, to hold up to scrutiny is really important. To be able to be scrutinized is really important, because if you can't be scrutinized, then that's a flaw in oneself, you know.
Yep, definitely.
We need to be able to come under that pressure.
Yep, and we need to be able to stand up under that pressure.
Stand up? You mean stand up to scrutiny?
Yep, stand up to the pressure. Being able to do it, like physically, you know, physically, spiritually.
And give an answer as well, you know, give an answer.
Yeah, apologia, give a defense.
But not in a way of, but in a way of, how should I put it?
Compassion.
Being in a place, well, not just compassion, but compassion, humility, love. The call of the commandments to love is really, really important.
Yep.
Because without that, how would they even know who we are?
No. Because I mean, Christ did it with his miracles. People saw him doing things, and they said, "Oh, this isn't normal. This guy's great, or this guy's bad."
Yeah, it's more to do with being strong enough to be put on trial, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I hope if I get put on trial, I can stand.
Well, Jesus did, didn't he?
Well, Jesus took the sins of the world on his shoulders.
And much, much more as well.
Yeah, but also, as one of the old hymns says, on his shoulders bore our shame. It's hard to not be teared up when you hear something like that. Basement Dweller is around.
Who is? Hey,
Basement Dweller. Good morning.
What time is it over there, Andrew?
For me?
Yeah.
That's about 20 to 8. On a Tuesday?
20 to 8.
Yep, 7:40 p.m.
Okay, it's 9:40 over here, so yeah.
Yep, you're only a few hours ahead of me.
2 hours.
Yep. You're on the same, on a different trajectory, but Sydney's already in daylight saving.
Really?
Oh, sorry, out of daylight saving.
Is that just Sydney, or is it the whole of?
Yeah, they said their clock's an hour back, or an hour forward. So in the summer, we have to remember that people who are in Sydney and I think a couple of the other states, they wind their clocks forward an hour. So if we're calling them at 9 o'clock at night, we've got to remember, oh crap, it's 9 o'clock in Brisbane, which means it's 10 o'clock in Sydney.
Yeah. I actually really enjoyed living in Brisbane when I was there.
Yeah.
I was in.
I enjoyed it.
Did I tell you where I was?
No, you haven't, but.
Yeah, so I lived in Deception Bay.
Oh, yep. Okay, Redbank. Sorry, Redlands.
Yeah. I really love Redcliffe as well.
Yep. One of Brisbane's few beaches.
Yeah. Who's playing that music anyway? Is that on? Is that just?
That's in StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Not in my control. Kenny had it going. It's not too bad. It's better than a lot of the stuff that they put on. Might even be from Cactus Lounge, actually. Who does all? If you've ever been on Smokies, you know how he has the music in the background.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
It's that guy.
So you don't go over to any of those other channels at all?
I used to. I subbed to all of them. SFT, Praise, Nicholas, even CJ. But yeah, I've learnt the hard way. They singe you when you get over there.
They do what?
They singe you. As in they burn you.
And why would they do that?
Because I claim old Earth creationism.
So is that really a reason to burn someone?
I wouldn't say it is, but I mean, I have called Nicholas the Proclaimer of the Messiah, Formula Z champion of 2021. He didn't like that at all.
So if you're going to be burned for that, then we all need to be burnt at the stake.
Basically. Oh, I mean, it was stupid. I was just in one of CJ Cox's streams and I started typing and I suddenly started getting timed out and Nicholas was doing it.
So is that what led you away from that lot?
That was a recent development. That was like maybe even 2-3 weeks ago now.
Okay.
And I was long gone from SFT about a year ago.
I'm actually quite new to this space then.
Yep, you are. I mean, Smokey's been doing this for about 2 years or so.
Probably just too busy doing other stuff.
Well, they're away at the moment.
Who are?
Smokey and Kenny.
Yeah.
They're
Kenny, yeah, I know.
They're all doing a tour of America, I think.
Are they?
At the moment, I'm led to believe that they're staying with Will Kincaid. Or near him.
Yeah, no, they put a few clips up earlier on.
Yeah.
Which I thought was quite funny.
Well, they've been doing that for quite a few months. See, everybody seems to think that Smokey is one of these pedophiles. So that's caused a lot of rift in between.
Yeah, well, the reason, yeah, well, like I said before, when you come on YouTube, people don't know you, and the trust levels aren't really there. So, people haven't really taken time to get to know people.
No, so that's the problem.
So as a result, they distrust. They don't believe. They finger point. They do all these kinds of things.
Yeah, they do.
And I can't blame. Honestly, I don't. Like, if someone doesn't know Smokey, how can you blame them for wanting to know what the hell is going on? Really?
Well, I would like to know once and for all. But yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'd like to know if it is. I'd like to know if it's true. But I don't want it to go the way Ravi Zacharias went. Ravi Zacharias had the absolute scandal. Then he died, and it was proven to be true that he had not been quite so true to the word.
Okay. So what do you believe?
He had,
So what do you believe should happen here then? Really? Just
I
keep going
just
on.
wish. I just
keep
wish
going on the
somebody
way
would.
we
I just wish somebody would leave this under the carpet or get it out so that we can pull it off like a wound and pull it apart. I really wish it was stupid.
The problem is though, people won't let it go because, you know, they see that these things like this need to be exposed, and because everybody's the expose that has the right to expose everything, even though they don't have all the information, you know, and as a result, it's like Chinese whispers. It just goes from one person to the next.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't fully understand. I just want it to be out in the open. I just want it to be gone. I would love all barriers to be removed. Young Earth, old Earth, get it out.
All barriers, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know
Then
what,
you
man?
can
When we stand before God on that final day, is He really going to? What's going to be the most important thing that He's actually going to say to us? You know, is it going to be?
Follow me, or did you not?
Is it going to be? Well, you got that wrong, or you got that right, or were we a true disciple and a true follower of Christ? And is He going to say, "Well done, good and faithful servant"? Have we been faithful?
That's what I want to hear.
Yes, have we been faithful in what God has entrusted to us?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what? If we're not faithful to the things that God's entrusted to us, then how the heck can He give us more? You know, how can we be faithful in the big things if we can't be faithful in the small things? And as far as I'm concerned, what's going on YouTube now is these are the small things. This is the milk. This is not the meat of Christianity. This is the milk. And we haven't even begun to see true persecution yet.
No, and my hope is we don't, but the Bible says we will.
Or we'll see it all right, man. It's just a matter of time.
Of course it is.
And when that persecution comes, what are we going to do?
We're going to have to be able to run like hell and get out of there and keep on saying, hey, you know what? Let's try and just shake the dust off our feet and see what happens. So to speak.
I think it's about being led by the Spirit of God. I think that's what it's about.
It definitely is. There are definitely people who are marked for God. There are definitely people who are marked for destruction. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. Those are your only choices.
He doesn't want any to perish.
No, He doesn't want any to perish. And of course, as we've been pointing out, I hope through this channel and other channels, Christ has already said He's not going to lose any of the people that God has given Him.
Yeah.
But
So you know what, man? So I see a lot of what's going on at the moment is real milk. It's like people squabbling over the bottle of milk and who's going to suck on it next. You know?
Yep.
I mean, people need to get a life and realize that friggin' heck, man, there's a world out there that's in absolute chaos at the moment. You know, it's everywhere.
Well, wokeness is a cancer.
Milk, Will, yeah. Old milk. They're sucking on baby's bottle. Most Christians are doing that, as far as I'm concerned.
I really hope that we can move on to the solid meat. But, you know, I've said it many times over. There is more to the Bible than the first 2 chapters.
I want a bit of meat too. Wouldn't it be good to gnaw on a piece of handicap? You know, just
we already do that.
An arm, you know.
We already do that.
I mean, really gnaw on it.
Well, Well, I mean, that's what I think we're trying to do that, aren't we?
Oh, I think a lot of it's just words at the moment. I don't think he takes seriously anything really that's said, to be honest. And I sure as heck know he doesn't take Smokey serious at all. So it's really just all words at the moment. But
Yep.
But I'm talking about when you get to a place where it really cuts right deep into the bone, and really exposes people more so to how they're living their life and where they're going to end up if they continue where they're going,
Yeah, well, I'd be more concerned if I was going to be ending up in hell, and that's definitely not a place I want to be.
No.
I don't think anybody actually wants to be there.
Do you think everybody genuinely believes their shit? Really?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Or do you think it's just
there
a
are people
game?
who do believe it, but I also think there are people who have been deceived.
Do you know what,
And
man?
the deception is the end of it.
Yeah, I suppose that is the ultimate end.
And I wouldn't want to be caught up in the deception. And if I am, what can I do?
You know what, man? We don't need to be caught up in it. That's the thing.
Well, no, you don't need to be. But the question that you ask yourself is, are you caught up in it? Because, jings, that would be a game changer.
The thing is, man, people hold things so close to their heart that they never ever let anything frigging go. They can never be wrong. They can never be rebuked. They can never be reproved. They just hold everything so dear to them. Never let go of shit.
Yep. Then it doesn't achieve much at all. I can't let you in the room, Gavin. Sorry. Don't have authority.
And even debating and that's all well and good. Do you know how many Christian debates I've heard where at the end of the debate, it's just like, well, I won. No, I won the debate. And nothing's really been accomplished from it. Nobody's really learned anything from it other than, well, I won that debate, even though if I'm wrong, I still won it.
Everybody thinks they've won their debates. Everybody.
Have you ever heard a debate where someone's actually said, well, you know what? I might actually be wrong on that, and that you might be speaking some truth to me right now. I've never heard that.
In a few, but very few, very far between, and definitely not recently.
Yeah, I see very little.
I mean, the first debate between Thomas Huxley and Samuel Wilberforce is when it all began, when debates began. It was the Christian versus the atheist. At least to my knowledge. And even that debate wasn't well covered, and each thought they'd beaten the other.
Yeah, well, then that's just pride right there.
Yep.
I mean, people are skilled at it. Don't get me wrong, and there's a place for it, and there's a place to be able to defend your faith. But it's just how far are you willing to go? How many people just take it to a whole nother level?
Yeah, definitely. It's just painful, trying to watch people go through this and then come out of it and then go back to it. It's like going through a drug addiction.
Well, that's the thing. Human beings love drama. That's
drama addiction will do.
The human condition. It's like, I love drama. I want to see drama. I want to see the fight. I used to love fighting. In my day, I used to do tournament fights and everything, and I just used to love fighting someone.
Yep.
Now it's like, well, I don't really need to fight anymore. I really don't.
No. When did you stop?
When did I stop?
When
I nearly killed somebody.
Whoa. Ouch. Couldn't live with that in your conscience.
No, I did a flying roundhouse monkey kick on this guy in the ring and just about broke his neck.
Ouch.
And then I turned around to my seat because I'm a kung fu exponent. And then I turned around and looked at the guy that had trained me for the last 6 years full time. Like I ate it, I slept it, I lived it for 6 years, and then I did it after that too. But he just looked at me like, "Well done."
Yeah, that's a Karate Kid thing.
I'm like, shit! I just about killed this guy.
Are you expecting him to go nuts for you?
Well, I don't know. All I know is that, I didn't go in there to try and kill anyone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like the Karate Kid. It's like Cobra Kai versus Daniel and Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah,
I turn winners into wimps, or wimps into winners. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
my brother
right.
used to work out the other way around.
Yeah.
I turn winners into wimps, not the other way around. Oh, that's just too bad.
So I did that for quite some time, and I learnt the internal martial arts too.
Once it takes over your body.
Internal martial arts is the theory that soft beats hard. Like when you punch, it's like your hand becomes like a spear and literally can go through a person. And it causes internal damage.
I did a few sessions of Krav Maga.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't too bad. I didn't get past the ground stuff, but got up to the fighting sticks, I think.
Yeah, I just got to a stage where it's like something spiritually started to take over, and I was like, no, I don't like this. And that's when I knew that I really needed to tone it down a bit,
Well, the thing about that is it's self-defense, and the key about defense is it's self-defense is it's self-defense.
And then I was doing this stuff called Qigong breathing, which is a breathing exercise which allows you to draw in energy. I actually literally felt like I was actually taking in demonic spirits, eh?
Oh, sometimes it can go that far.
And then I had to get delivered of that,
Well, I hope you are, because, whoa.
Yeah, I am.
That would be dangerous.
I went up to. I remember many years ago. I was in a church service, and the guy was, was preaching as normal, and I ended up going up to, at the end of the service, there was a prayer request, a prayer, come up to the front. So I went up to the front, and this person, the pastor, started praying for me. And as he was starting to praying for me, you know how sometimes people they spit when they speak?
Yeah.
And he started spitting on me, and I'm trying to hold my cool, and he's got his friggin' hand on my head, and and all of a sudden, I felt like he was trying to push me over, and I wasn't having it, eh? And
you weren't falling.
Pardon?
You weren't falling.
No. And then all of a sudden, I just threw his hand off. I said, I'm over this. And I shoved his hand off, and he put his hand back on my head, and I shoved it off again, and then all of a sudden I was grabbed by about 6 people from behind. I was grabbed, physically grabbed, and I kid you not, man, I started growling. It was like this frigging anger, and this animal just took over. And on stage there, I started swinging these guys across the stage. You know, like picking them up like rag dolls and just throwing them.
Oh yeah, I've heard this stuff happening, but yeah.
Yeah, and then this one guy came running up to me after the fact, and I remember eyeing him up and grabbing him by one hand by the neck and lifting him up in the air and just throwing him across the stage.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's the anger that I got to deal with and get rid of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I turned around and walked back to my seat. And after the service, I went up to the pastor and I said, I think I have an anger problem. And he turned around and he says to me, no, you're okay. You're fine. And I'm like, no, I'm not. So
no, you're not.
He wouldn't actually deal with the situation. He wouldn't deal with that. So I ended up having to deal with it myself.
Yeah, of course you have to. I mean, I went to a healing service where, whatever the reason was, we were there because it was an old pastor of the church that I happened to be going to at the time. And we got there for a healing service. And by the end of it, there were only about 2 or 3 of us who were able to stand through the whole thing. But, I mean, you had people going up there for stupid things like, oh, I had a pain in my arm. Oh, would you like me to breathe the spirit on you? And over you go and you fall. And then they got to this one girl, and it took literally, I think it was the 4th go before she would actually go anywhere near falling. And he had to push her pretty hard. And we were all going back to we got out of that church where we were, what did we just see? That was dumb.
What did you think you just saw?
I don't know, because it was the first time I'd seen a healing service at all in my entire life, and I was just absolutely appalled. A, at the pastor, and B, at the church.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of that is actually counterfeit.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if it was an act or not, but it was. Ugh.
You know, how arrogant to think that you're called a healing evangelist and you can go to a church and because you're there and you're having a service, God's now got to jump through hoops and start healing people because you're there. I mean,
you know, what's worse was this was one of this church that I was going to. It was their former youth pastor.
Yeah, I know. So I've seen people running around like chickens, mate, and clucking.
Oh, people do that.
Way and, you know, and rolling around on the floor laughing and just doing some of the most idiotic things.
Yep.
And it's like, what the hell is wrong with these people?
Well, it's either an act or a genuine thing.
Have you heard of Kundalini?
Yes, I have heard of it.
So I believe it's delving on that, and they don't even know it.
Yeah. Hang on now. Is that a concept that I think I might have seen it in a MacGyver episode?
I think it's an Indian spiritual Indian type of practice.
Oh yeah, Black Americans were doing it, I think. It was really weird, and it's probably the oddest MacGyver that's out there, even though MacGyver is odd.
Yeah, true.
It's just even then I think it's just drugs and stuff that controls the people.
Yeah, it's I've seen my fair share, and just don't want a bar of that anymore.
Well, yeah. I'm glad. I mean, I was a Presbyterian staunchly, and I was like, I haven't seen any of this demonic battle and all of this driving out demon stuff. No, Jesus did that, not anybody else.
Yeah, some people, delivering. I see my sister get delivered, and man, that was just a sight to behold as well. So it's very real. But
yeah,
these people, they see demons under every rock and think they're called to deliver people of demons is just ultimate stupidity, really.
Well, I mean, the thing about demons is they go out into the world and they'll find somebody else.
The other thing too is, if you happen to someone happens to get delivered, and they're not, and the Bible says, and they're not in a place of receiving something in its place, that they will come back 7 times worse. And
yep, they'll go away and come back and will bring 7 more unclean ones worse than itself.
And that's scary. Now, if you've been a part of that, then how much of an asshole are you? That you've just been a party to someone getting in a worse state.
Well, I mean, sometimes it just can't be helped if it's a genuine move, and then sometimes it is a genuine healing. I have to acknowledge that. And I mean, in the case of your sister, do you think it was genuine?
With her, yeah, and the reason I think it is because she didn't even have any knowledge of this. She'd never seen it before.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of genuine.
Just instead, it was like she knew what was going on, but she had no control over it.
That sounds like a genuine. I mean, I think Hugh Ross has got a similar story, but not with a human being, with a house. And some people bought this house and they prayed in each room, all the rest of it, went round it, and then in one particular room, all of this crap was going on. Things would float and all the rest of it. And they've rung up Hugh Ross, and Hugh Ross has come out, gone through the rooms, and gone, "No, I think this is fine." So he goes through, does his whole thing, comes back, and they said, "Well, have you checked? have you checked everywhere in the house?" And they said, "Yeah, everywhere in the house we have checked." "Oh, hang on a second. There's this wood pile. We haven't checked this one out." And basically, they went through the wood pile. At the bottom of it, they found a demonic thing, like a demonic symbol, at the bottom of the wood pile in the garage. And until they smashed that actual thing, I don't know if they smashed the actual thing or got rid of it. Until they got rid of it, that was when the activities actually stopped.
Yes, it is very real,
So it is possible that it's genuine, and they're in obstacles, so they get gateways to the world.
All I know, man, was that when I was up on stage throwing those people around, I knew what I was doing, but I had no control over it.
And that's exactly what they do. There's one episode in series 2 of The Chosen where Jesus actually does start driving out a demon from a. I don't know if this is right, but yeah, the way that he drives him out, it's only Christ that can drive the demon out, and nobody else. Everybody tries to grab the demon, but he flows them, and he even beats the zealot. So this is when they introduce Simon the Zealot as a character. Yeah. And this is a zealot, the forerunners to the Maccabeans.
Yeah.
And he can't even beat him. And the guy asks him to kill it. He says, "Kill me, kill me, kill me." And he says, "Look, if you can stand yourself for lucid moments, it's better in you than if I send that into anybody else." And so he's sent there for a mission to kill something else. And I think in that particular episode, he meets Christ and Jesus throws his dagger in the water. because they have a symbolic dagger that they use, and they earn the dagger.
Well, yeah.
And it's like, this is stuff we just don't know.
No,
I
we
mean,
don't.
1 and 2 Maccabean used to be in the Bible, along with the Apocrypha, and they were removed.
Yep, they were. Yeah. I suppose that's where we just have the faith that what we have is enough.
And it covers a 400-year gap between the periods of the testaments, Old and the New. And I've actually had a person take me through it. Like, we did it as a youth group at one of the churches I was at, as a younger adult, when it was, as in my 30s, early 30s, when I was probably ready to go through it. Because if you had taken me through 1 and 2 Maccabean any younger than that, I probably would have just looked at you and laughed. This is when it was guerrilla warfare against the Romans, and that's all they could really do. They had no chance in a full-on battle at the time, so they guerrilla warfared.
Yeah.
And, probably Kenny can tell you more about that, but I just have to go by what I was going. And basically, I mean, the Romans would do things like they'd kill chickens and look at the innards and then go, all right, we're going to war, right? If the innards are a certain color, we're going to war. If they're not, we're going home. That's the basic spirituality that they had.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, have we killed enough chickens yet?
Yeah.
Well, this one's still got blood in it. We'll kill it.
No, the demonic realm, man, is just so... It's real. It's very real,
Well, it's real, but it's also scary. But it's
I know that when I went through what I went through, and what really sort of filed it home for me was after I'd thrown all those people around, I was just standing there on my own, right? And nobody would come near me, right?
Yep.
And the worship team, the singers were singing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I did this, but something inside of me turned around and I stared directly at them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I started to smile.
Oh, really?
And they stopped. They all stopped singing. It was like the whole church just went dead silent, like you could hear a pin drop.
Because it didn't work.
What?
Because it didn't work?
What didn't work?
Like your smiling was a symbol of the whole driving out not working.
No, it was a symbol of something inside of me. Was like, I've got dominion here, not you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I can overpower everybody here, and my smile at you is, you need to shut up.
Yep, and that whole church, the music stopped. Everyone stopped singing, and it was like a pin. You could hear a pin drop, and I was so embarrassed.
I would be too, actually.
And I went back to my seat, and I was like, man, I just need to get the heck out of here.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to go back and apologize?
Well, what do I apologize for? I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
I think they would accept that one. At least I would. I'd say, listen, you threw me around the room, you overpowered me, but that's because you had the strength to overpower me, and I couldn't do anything about it.
It was an unbelievable strength, It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really
I could experience. I can see it. I mean, the guys lived, right?
Yeah,
did they call a fleet of ambulances? Or I'm not trying to mock you, but did they have to get a fleet of ambulances in to send them to the hospital?
No, but they were probably just because I didn't pummel them or anything. I just basically threw them off me. I didn't sort of go out of my way to finish them off.
And that's probably you not completely losing control.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I would say God was in that. Definitely. Yeah. He was controlling you because he knew that demon was dangerous and he knew they'd bitten off more than they could chew.
Oh, yeah, had it ever. And we're not talking about a little church. We're talking, it's quite a big church, you know.
Well, I mean, it would have taken an all-black rugby team to tackle you. And even then, you would have pummeled them. So...
Yeah, and these guys, and the, you know, some of those guys, man, they weren't little guys either, you know.
No, look, if a demon has you, I mean, I can only say this because I have also been attacked, and I remember my arm being pinned behind my back to a point where I couldn't move myself, and all I heard was an evil voice saying to me, "You're mine now," and I didn't know what to do, and I just fought back as hard as I could. And I haven't been visited since, but that's my sole visitation, shall we say?
Yeah, wow, yeah.
And it was a scary experience.
Everyone's probably going to call me a demon now.
Oh, I'm not going to call you a demon. I'd say God controlled the demon, and God got that demon out of you.
Oh, he did.
Dealt with the demon.
Hmm.
I mean, there are demons. Christ does say to the disciples, you're not going to be able to drive out some demons without fasting and praying.
Yeah, and that's a very real thing, you know. A lot of people just don't have the authority, you know, to...
Yeah, well, they think they have the authority, and then they find out they've bitten off more than they can chew, and they don't know where to go.
Everybody thinks they've got the authority, man, until it's D-Day and you know, the sink or swim moment.
Yep, you got to hope that you swim.
I know.
And well, I hope I swam.
How long you been a Christian for?
I converted when I was 5 years old, so my parents would tell me.
I hope you don't mind me talking to you like this, but I just feel like I've got a connection.
Yeah, be open, be honest. I was Presbyterian, Anglican, and that was what my parents went through. That my grandmother, my dad's mother, was the only Christian within his family, remained the only Christian in his family, and none of my extended family, except for my dad's youngest, had anything to do with the church after marriage. And even then, they've turned their backs on God too. So it's my family is atheistically based.
Yeah.
So to even mention the word religion is a faux pas and a mistake that you will not live down, and you will not be able to talk about them with anything because they all have to win the argument. But yeah, like I said, I converted when I was 5. I was baptized as an infant. I had to go back through, and in order to become a member of a Baptist church, I had to go back through when I was in my 20s and go and get baptized again. So I fought it until I found out that I just said, look, I've thrown scripture at you. I give up. So I went and I got double dunked, so to speak. And, I ended up leaving that church for a long time, and, I haven't been back. That actually, were you here when I was talking about the church of the pastor that got booted out?
Yeah.
That was that same church with a different pastor.
Really?
With a different pastor, all the rest of that sort of thing. I think that pastor, when the guy got booted out, I think it was coming because it was dangerous. But anyway, so I left that church and I've bounced around a lot of other churches. 2003, I had a pushback into four-wheel drive accident which put me in the position where I am now, where I have rods in my femurs, my hip is plated and screwed. I've had a right knee reconstruction, and I was in a wheelchair for about 8 weeks as my compound tib and fib repaired. So I battled a lot of things, and I've battled porn as well, just to be totally open. That's a struggle we don't want to fight, but it's a battle you have to fight if you want to get out of it. This is tough, but get it out, I say. Then let the YouTubers have fun with it.
You really are the $6 million man, aren't you?
Almost.
Yeah, I've never... Actually, I've only ever had one broken bone in my body, ever. And that was my little toe.
Yeah.
That was it. Cool.
Yeah. I broke a toe in a seizure in 2017.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm an epileptic as well.
Oh, are you? Wow.
Yep.
So, a bad epileptic, or?
Yeah. Grand mal. The worst kind.
But you're living on your own, right?
Yep.
So what happens if you get into that situation? What do you do?
Well, I'll have to wake up the next day.
Is it like that, is it?
Yeah, pretty much.
So when you have a seizure, you just go to sleep?
Well, I've been on medication since 1999, which controlled it. So it controlled it from 1999 to 2017, and I've gone through the rigmarole of getting back on through life again. So, this is... Every cloud has a silver lining. I think God has given me these attributes, and I include in my attributes epilepsy and Asperger's, because I want to be totally open, totally honest. That's the only way that a Christian can be genuine.
Very true. How's your Asperger's? I mean, is that really bad, or?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I think I'm like around a 0 to a 1, or it's like 0 to 10. I think I float between 0, 2, 3, and sometimes I can be pushed up to a 6 or a 7. And I'm pretty certain I would be at a 10 if it wasn't for the church.
So it just depends on... Okay, so you're being
just
helped.
Depends on the environment, on my anger, on those who are around me, whether I'm talking about something they like, they agree with, or whether they just want to pummel me with an argument of all you talk about is religion.
Okay, yeah. Well.
And okay. I mean, I could be talking about history, but because it's church history, it's religion. Or I could be talking about something in ancient Egypt, but because that's ancient history and it can be linked with religion, it's religious. So these atheists can be real dum-dums, as Kenny says. But so can Christians.
I grew up in the church.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the Christians that would scare me from the church. It's the atheists that would scare me back to the church, basically.
Yeah, I'm going to go on the Truth for Satan's channel sometime. Do a bit of a thing with them.
Oh, you're going to go for the Chris Satanism?
Christian.
Yes, Christianism. Sorry, I've forgotten about that one.
Remember, so I'm a Christian practicing Christianism. Yeah. You know what? A lot of what he says makes sense, but here is the problem. It only takes a little bit of cyanide in a cup of orange juice to actually end up killing you in the end.
Yep.
You
well,
know?
Our food is going to kill us.
So what I mean by that though is, you have the truth, some truth mixed with lies, and it ends up spoiling the whole lot. You know.
Well, yep. What's the saying? Something about too much of it spoils a good thing.
One apple spoils a whole bunch, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't recall exactly. No, it's something physical. You know, it's to do with meat, though.
To do with what?
It's to do with meat, though. Maybe it's about meat and poison, and a little bit of poison spoils the whole piece of meat.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it'll do.
Yeah. You know, I've had so many so-called Christian ministers try and, you know, speak shit over my life, you know, that I've got nothing to offer God or Jesus, and, you know, and
yeah, it's not what you've got to offer God.
I won't amount to anything in God and all this carry on, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these people? That they think they can speak to anybody like that.
Well, they're superior.
Oh man,
that's the comedic side of it, but it's the stupid side of it at the same time.
Mind you, in saying that, I always have an answer for them, and they don't like the answer either.
What's that?
Well, when they go like that, I always have an answer in the moment to combat what they say.
Oh, right. Well, yeah. I go for Carmen a little bit when I go to that. Carmen, the old Christian singer. I think he died about 2021. One of his quotes is, well, there's a couple. He has a whole song about it called The Witch's Invitation, where he goes to gets an invitation to go and interact with a wizard, and he ends up destroying the wizard, and he wrote about it. And of course, there's another one of I forget the exact tune, but he says, "Must be revival in the land." At the revival in the land, when Satan's trying to do his whole thing, he says, "I'll remind the saints of their past, how they were manipulators and moochers and something else." And the demon comes back. He says, "Well, sir, you will know what will happen if you remind the saints of their past." And he says, "Why is that?" And he says, "Well, sir, they'll just remind you of your future."
Oh yeah. I've heard that, man. Yeah.
That's my answer. That's what I try and give if I could think of that, if I had time.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I just can't. Look, I can't function without God.
Yeah, it's probably more because that's, you know, that's who you are as a person now. You know, there's no room for anything else. That's probably why.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to lose an argument, and I'd be willing to say, "Yeah, you probably beat me."
Mm-hmm.
But I have one who can beat you.
Yeah.
I would probably start going for things like greater than he is in who is in me, than greater than he that in this world.
He that is in the world, yeah.
Yeah. Trying to put it away, Connie Scott would have put it. Connie Scott was another Christian artist I used to listen to.
No, God also uses the foolish things of this world to confound the wise, man.
Mm-hmm. He will he uses the foolish to shame the wise. I think some will use the word shame.
Didn't somebody speak through a donkey, or wasn't that something?
Yeah, God spoke through a donkey to Balaam.
Yeah, I mean,
when he was trying to betray the Israelites.
Yeah, that's right.
The only one that he didn't speak through was the snake.
Yeah, it's true.
And, you know, whether Satan was literally a snake, or whether he inhabited a snake and slithered over, we don't know. What we know is the world has fallen, and it's fallen because of sin.
And it's going to continue in that vein.
Well, yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, I hate to sound like all doom and gloom, but you know, the future's not really that bright, according to Christian writings, the Bible.
Mm-hmm. The future's not so bright, so don't go wearing shades.
Yeah. I'd like to actually go on. I'd like to go somewhere though. I want to go on a holiday before the end of the world.
Well, I went to Bali once. Wasn't good.
You didn't like it?
It was a family holiday, 1999. I wouldn't have afforded it any other way.
Yeah, I went to Bali, man, and just partied hard for a week. I did over Asia, the whole of Asia. I did an overseas experience, you know, through Thailand and Indonesia, and you know,
That'd be fun. Would have been fun.
Yeah, it was. I nearly got shot, man.
Oh.
Yeah. I went from. Have you heard of Laos?
Yes.
So I was doing my traveling, and I went from. I had to go from Laos back into Thailand.
Oh, yep.
Well, that's the one time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm an hour away from. It was all wasteland, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got to the border, it was always in that.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up sneaking through the border, didn't I?
Oh, did you? Oh, no way.
I nearly got caught.
Oh.
But I didn't.
And you didn't realize you crossed?
I knew I'd crossed the border all right because on the other side of the border, like it was a big high metal fence.
Yep.
And I found a hole in the fence.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah. So I sneaked through.
Oh boy.
Yeah. That was different.
No, really? Well, that's a novel way of getting over a border.
I know. The other time I was absolutely pissed off my tree in Bali with a few mates, and we were walking from one bar to the other, and there was this little Balinese guy, soldier, standing outside of a bank with a submachine gun.
Oh yeah.
And for some silly reason, I wanted a picture of me standing next to him with me holding the machine gun.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so I did. So I went over to this little guy, and he was little, and I started telling him, I wanted to, give me the gun. I want to get a photo, with you, me and the gun. And I know. And I was, I must have been quite intimidating, and then all of a sudden, he started handing it over to me. And when he started to hand it over to me,
yeah,
I saw that he's just about ready to pop me off.
Oh.
Luckily, my
yeah, so he was about to shoot you. Oh, that would not be good.
I don't know whether I would travel again now, though, with the state the world is at the moment.
If I was going anywhere, it wouldn't be anywhere soon.
Thing is, Bali's not far from you guys.
Yeah, but remember that's the scene of some of our worst terrorist attacks.
Yeah, I know.
Australians. I don't think the images that I have of that 1999 holiday is I just don't want to go back. I mean, you know, you go to the restaurants and the kids are lining the windows, and the people, the workers, have to shut the blinds. It's just, you know, I remember being there as a teen going, they're begging for the food and we can't give them to them because we give to one and everybody else is going to demand.
That's what happens.
And yeah, there were 6 of us in the family. You know, my dad wouldn't have done much, my brothers wouldn't have done much, and my sisters, well, yeah.
Huh.
No, it's just like, no, couldn't do it. It was very off-putting. I'm glad I got home.
We got someone asking a question, man.
Does Kenny still deny the picture of him in the courtroom with a certain individual? Oh, yeah, get lost. I'm not covering what I don't know. That's your answer, Dan. If you're not a soccer count. I wonder if we're the only 2 in here.
I don't know. Does it actually show? Hang on, does it?
Doesn't actually show anywhere, but I've got a laptop. I can't have 2 screens open because YouTube will be in the background.
Hang on a sec.
No, I'm telling you, I don't have an answer. I am not Kenny.
What's that?
They're asking me, does Kenny still deny the picture of him in the courtroom with a certain individual? I'm assuming that's going to mean Mr. Smokey. No, and I don't want to see the picture.
I've seen, you know what, man? I've seen it all, you know, and at the end of the day, you draw your own conclusions from it.
Yeah.
Make
your own mind up.
Draw your own conclusions and make your own, story out of it, because you will anyway.
Yeah. He'll have to refute it.
Just people making stories up, mate. You know, they make their own narrative.
Oh, of course they will. Of course they will, and there's nothing I can do about it.
I don't even have a narrative.
Truth seekers? Yeah, but I found the truth, and the truth is in God. And I will not be held responsible for somebody else who I am not responsible for.
I'm just going to go on here. See.
Yep.
Oh, somebody's deleting them. Is that you deleting the messages?
That's not me.
Yeah, someone's deleting them.
Good.
We got 10 people in the chat anyway.
Oh, well, we're entertaining them, I suppose. We've got to get rid. Yeah. Who is this Dan Stevens? I don't even know who he is.
You know, man, it doesn't even really matter.
It doesn't really matter who he is, but if he's doing anything and causing problems, if there's any mods in there, you know how to boot. Or time out. And this is not because I'm losing an argument.
So when people think they've got all the answers.
Yep. Well, they have problems.
I don't have all the answers.
No, sorry. I don't have all the answers either. The truth. I seek the truth as it can be found. But there ain't no truth in atheism.
Who's the atheist?
Oh, I'm just saying, if Dan is an atheist, because some truth seekers will say they are atheists.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, like Lisa for Truth.
Oh,
She's
okay.
an atheist.
I reckon that woman is just hurting. I picked that up. That her stance is there's a lot of hurt there.
Well, she's an ex-YEC, so she went from YEC to atheism. I think she went straight from there. I haven't heard anything else.
Well,
oh, you are roboting a little bit for me, Jace.
What's that? Sorry.
You are roboting a little bit.
Yeah, my connection's not too good at the moment, eh?
Oh, all connections are bad at some point.
Yeah,
But anyway.
But,
so I'm getting the story. I'm just not getting everything.
Oh, okay. I'm not really saying a lot at the moment anyway.
No, but what you were saying was coming through robotically, so I had to piece it together.
Okay, did you get it?
Yeah, I think I got it.
So whereabouts in Brisbane are you?
I'm Windsor, so I'm just north of the city.
Which city? Brisbane.
Brisbane, just north of the city of Brisbane.
So where's that from? Where's
from
that?
Redcliffe, inland. So Redland Bay is the coast. You go in about 40 minutes in.
I actually really love working in King's Cross.
In Sydney?
Yeah.
Where I spent 2 years of my life as from 0 to 2.
In King's Cross.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that region. My mum was a nurse. My dad was a law student.
Wow. When I was there, when I was working there in the bars, man, it was just every night, there was something.
Oh, there would have been. It doesn't have a good reputation, and I'm sure the reputation hasn't changed.
No, it hasn't. It's nothing to finish work and be walking, to the train and having to, take a detour because there's a murder scene, and there's a whole lot of tape all taped up everywhere. It was an everyday occurrence.
Yep. Yeah, like any other capital city with humans in it.
Just King's Cross, man, has just got it is bad, eh?
It's almost like the valley of Brisbane. It's Fortitude Valley. That's the bad spot.
Yeah, I know.
But that's only if you haven't got your wits about you. Most cities are safe if you've got your wits about you and you can defend yourself.
I know. What?
Oh, most cities if you can defend yourself and keep your wits about you, you're generally safe. Generally.
Yeah, most. Yeah.
Not all, obviously, and if you're coming up against people who are producing knives and crap and you don't know how to use it, it's best to just run.
Yeah, run fast.
Run very fast. Make like Jonah Lummy for a try line.
And that's probably one of the biggest problems with me. I've never ran from anything.
I wouldn't say I've had to run from anything. I just hope I'm not in a position where I have to run from anything. Because I'm a distance runner, not a sprinter.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I was regional champion for cross country.
Oh, wow.
Well,
What in
like, in high school, not champion, but, I always won my school. I always got through to the zones. I always got through to the regionals, but then the states just eluded me. So I just didn't do it very well. I loved running and I could do it.
Yeah, no, fair enough, yeah.
I did take it up again years later, and about 2015, 2016, somewhere around there, I was doing some jogging, and I started falling over.
Okay.
No, yeah, I just started falling over for no apparent reason, so I had to stop. And I wasn't actually found what the cause was, but I thought it was small seizures.
My connection's playing up, man.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna you call it a night, but yeah, you take care, man.
Same to you, Chase. I'll see you around.
All right. God bless, bro. Bye.